Da-da-da. Da-da-da. Welcome back. It's a Monday morning. We are live. You're hanging out in the breaker. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
32 degrees right now, but we're going to be up diddling 50.
Ooh, that's a nice diddling.
Yep, it looks like the first day in a long time there won't be any rain, but the rain will be back along with some warmer temperatures later this week.
Okay.
So enjoy the non-rain. And
Yeah, we're
wind.
getting there.
Yeah, slowly,
Mm.
slowly. How your trip this weekend was good?
Yeah. Get to see the grandkids and all that stuff.
Awesome. We got to break down some stuff later this week that happened. Kimmy, you have not said a word about your weekend yet in the room.
Yeah,
What do you
there's
think,
a lot
bro?
going on.
Wait, what do you
That's
think?
right.
What?
Man, it's a dreary weekend. What do you think she spent the weekend doing?
Not her hair.
That wasn't even bad. I was going to
Yeah,
say,
Hey, I do.
I could have you doing a
Oh.
pot.
Wait.
I was going to have you doing a pot.
You're gonna throw me under the bus? I thought we were all
you
having fun.
did it.
Making
You
jokes.
didn't set you up for that one.
Joking, guys. All right, let's start this. Let's start today with loss. How about that?
A loss?
Well, when you lose something that you love,
It's terrible.
and it hurts,
Yeah.
and not having that person around is one thing, but the realization.
Oh, like somebody.
Well, I'm not even a person, thing, whatever.
Oh, all right.
Not having that thing around at first hurts, but the
Yeah.
realization that you'll never have it again.
Yeah.
That's the real pain.
Yeah, it hurts.
With that being said, last week we were having a discussion about local restaurants in some way. I forget. Oh, it was when we were named the greatest pizza town in America.
Mm.
And at some point, the beloved former pizza chain, Great Northern Pizza Kitchen, came.
Yeah.
Now, for those who are unfamiliar with Great Northern Pizza Kitchen, they were local. Two guys opened up the joint.
Yeah.
And their hook was the craziest pizzas you'd ever heard
The
of.
toppings.
Fried raviolis,
Oh, my God.
right? Potato skin, bacon cheeseburger. Like it was
Lobster.
like nothing you had ever had before in your life,
Yeah.
and nothing that could be replicated ever again. And eventually, because I believe the price of the pieces were so expensive,
Oh, yeah, it's too much.
Great Northern Pizza Kitchen closed, never to be seen again. And we had been talking on the show about what I would give to have it one more time. During that conversation, a gentleman called us up, and he alerted us that one of the men who founded Great Northern Pizza Kitchen had opened up a new pizza restaurant.
Oh.
Yep.
It is called Salty Bread Pizza Cafe.
Salty bread?
Salty Bread Pizza Cafe.
Pizza cafe.
Pizza Cafe. They have two locations, one in Seabreeze, one on Dewey Avenue in Greece near the bowling alley. So as soon as I heard that, my mission on my cheat day yesterday
Yeah.
was to get to Salty Bread Pizza Cafe.
Okay.
And I want to say up front, this is not an endorsement nor an ad. No one has paid me to say anything I'm about to say.
Okay.
So Kimmy checked the menu when we had this conversation in the commercial break. My favorite pizza in the history of pizzas is the potato skin pizza from Great Northern Pizza Kitchen.
All right.
I was so excited, and Kimmy can back me up on this.
You did. You looked at the menu and you literally did almost like a little jump in the air.
Yeah.
Oh my God, they got it.
Yeah, that's exactly. That was actually audio of me saying that.
Oh
So
my
the
God.
pizza skin.
Potato skin pizza.
So it's an
Pizza
app.
skin potato.
So it's an app sitting on top of an entree.
It's
a fusion.
It's piece of potato, bacon.
Yeah.
There's two different kinds of cheese on it. I don't know what the second one is, but
Do they
it's
do
amazing.
sour cream on it too?
I don't know. It's not on top, but it
Right.
doesn't need it. The way that it's
Okay.
made is perfect. So we walk in the Salty Bread Pizza Cafe.
Oh, so you want? Okay.
We go yesterday. Me, my two girls, and my wife. And all of the pizzas I love from the past are on this menu. And I order an 18-inch potato skin pizza.
Holy, that's a whopper.
You got a problem?
That's a huge pizza.
Yeah, it
That's
is.
for you?
Well, me and my
Okay.
me and my oldest were going to split it.
All right.
And by split it, so it comes out, it was better than I remember.
Oh, really? Wow,
Wow.
they topped their toppings.
It was,
New and improved.
as you get older.
Like, was it what you remember, or do you feel like they actually like tweaked it to make it a little better?
Now, I don't know if it's the missing it that made it taste
Okay,
better, because
okay.
it could be the exact same
Longing
pizza.
for it.
But it
and
just.
you're not the same guy as you were before when Great Northern was around.
What do you mean by that?
Well, you're fat. You were morbidly obese.
Well,
You were full of pizza at
I-
that point.
yeah.
You've drained your body of pizza.
Well, no, I
So,
still,
like, I think it tastes better now because you've suffered so much.
I still eat pizza on a pretty regular basis.
Not like you used to.
Well,
son.
yeah, well, okay. Let me put it this way.
You were full of mozzarella.
Yeah, I grew up in Gates, man. I was always full of mozzarella. There is as you get older, it's hard to have unbridled joy.
Yeah, sure.
Because you've seen everything.
Yeah,
There are very few
you get
things.
jaded.
Yes, and there are very few things that you're going to experience for the first time where you're like, oh my God.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and how often do you go back to something that you had or did years ago, and you're like, oh, you know what? It's not how I remember, or maybe I've grown out of this.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, you're right. And
It's never better most of the time.
yesterday was the first time that I can remember in a long time that I had pure, unbridled, unfiltered joy.
Which is tough to do, and I don't want to be insulting here, but if I take my wife to a pizza joint, she's going to ruin it.
Oh, not you?
No, I mean if I'm eating pizza, if I'm going full fat boy, it's too salty, it's too greasy. I don't like it. It's cold over here. I'm not happy. This is too much. Can I get it with this? It's never fun.
This was fun.
Okay.
This was
So you lucked out.
So
Because you went with 3 women.
yes, I did. My youngest and my wife got a French bread barbecue chicken pizza.
Yum.
I can't even wrap my head around it.
It was really good. It was
Wait, a French bread?
it was, so
So it's like a baguette?
you can get the pizzas regular pizza style, or you can get the French bread style.
So is it like a half a
on
piece
Yeah.
of bread?
yeah.
Yep.
So quick sidebar.
You never heard of French bread pizza?
Well, like stovetop
Stofers.
stouffer. That's what I'm
yeah.
thinking of.
And that's
Yeah.
the funniest part is, Mike, I didn't realize.
Yeah, I guess to your point, I've never had it in a restaurant.
It was amazing.
Yeah.
Really?
But my kids, they were born in, my oldest was born in 2010. You know,
Yeah.
French bread pizza was all the rage in the late 80s, early 90s.
All right.
They couldn't even wrap their head around the idea that French bread pizza existed. And I'm like, no, it's a Stouffer's French bread. Everybody had that, man. Like,
Yeah.
shut up. So I ate like 10 pieces of this pizza.
Holy Christ.
My youngest had like a piece and a half. I then finished the pizza when we got home. I my eyes have been reopened.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm ready to it was like I was born again.
Oh.
It was like I went to one of those churches with the bathtub baptismals and the priest or pastor dunked me under the water. I have a whole new outlook
So
on life.
you've accepted salty bread pizza as your
Lord and Savior.
pizza savior.
Yeah, pizza savior, absolutely.
Lord pizza savior.
Lord.
Absolutely.
Pizza savior.
Yes.
Lord,
And,
hear our prayers.
and it's got me inspired.
To do what?
Well, here's the thing. This is a very unique situation because I think everybody listening, whether it's a local or a national restaurant, has a dish that they would kill to try one more time. And the fact of the matter is, for 99.9% of those things, you're never going to have the opportunity.
Yeah.
I had accepted that potato skin pizza was no longer a thing I would get to try. And then all of a sudden, it's back. It's
Oh.
back again, and it's as good as I remember. So here is my $1 million idea.
Yeah.
We open up a restaurant, and we call it Remembers.
And what do I get to remember?
We serve the best dishes from closed Rochester restaurants that you can come back and try one more time.
Oh.
How do you replicate it, though?
It's going to take some extensive research.
Yeah.
We're going to have to talk to the people that own those restaurants. We may have to buy some of those recipes.
Oh.
But I'm telling you right now,
Yeah.
based on the born again experience I had, I feel like a monk in Tibet that I've given up all of my earthly wants and needs
Yeah.
because I was able to have that pizza again.
So what would you get at Remembers?
So let's figure it out. 252 WCMF.
You'd almost have to take a poll or take suggestions, and you see what the most popular dishes are that no longer exist.
Let's think of the most prominent Rochester restaurants that for whatever reason disappeared. Is there a dish that immediately jumps out at you that you're like, I wish I could have that again?
Oh.
I'm trying to think Rochester centric.
Well, even ones that we had, it doesn't have to be
Yeah.
Like
Rochester.
those old school joints that closed?
I mean, could be that. I'm sure there were popular. I mean, I was too young for this, but we talk about the Crescent Beach.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sure there was a signature dish or two that folks would kill.
Yeah, that old school stuff.
Maybe we got that at Remembers. Come on
Okay.
into Remembers. we
Lobster thermidor.
got- Oh, there you go. We're already one
I
thing.
forget what that is, but it's like creamy. It's like creamy lobster.
No, it's a lobster with a British butler
that
sitting
what
on
it-
top of it. Thermidor.
But that was like old school, like transatlantic crossing food you would have on a Titanic.
Well, yeah, you were catching the lobsters
Yeah.
along the way. All right, I'll throw one in there already, and it's not a
Okay.
Rochester food, but Rochester loved this place. The chicken wings from Ponderosa.
I don't think I ever
The
had
chicken wings
The
at Ponderosa.
breaded chicken wings from Ponderosa. You can get them at Remembers.
Okay.
Come on down to Remembers. We're going to serve you.
So it's almost like it's almost like a chicken wing, but kind of like.
It's dry, no sauce, but it had breading on the outside.
So it's almost like fried chicken.
yeah, it was like fried
Southern
chicken.
fried chicken.
Yeah, but it was in wing form.
Okay.
And
All
it
right.
was, look, you can't replicate that again unless you come to Remembers, in which case we have found a way to replicate it, and you could buy
It
it.
would be such a mismatch, though, of meals and sides.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
I
You'd
think
almost have to make it like buffet or cafeteria style.
I'm fine with that.
All right.
I'm fine. By the way, are you opposed? Your husband would love a mishmash style of any kind of food he could eat at the same time.
No,
I
I'm
would
just
love
thinking
that.
it would just the menu. I think if you only did stuff you remember, would lack some things, unless you just decide to throw random stuff.
All right,
in
we
there.
well look, we fill in the blanks,
All right,
right?
all right.
I mean,
All
look,
right,
remembers does not just have to be nostalgic stuff.
All right.
All right, but I'm telling you, man, if we were to make a list of the most wanted pieces of food you can no longer get, we would crush at Remembers. And I'm telling you, man, it's all based on this experience of this pizza place.
Yeah, but a lot of that stuff you had, most likely, you had as a kid.
Mm-hmm.
Like, was that stuff really that good, or are you just looking at it through a kid's eyes?
I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, because we're already at Ponderosa.
Yeah.
What's wrong with
Like
Ponderosa?
we've already kind of like watered down the
No,
concept
bro,
because it was like Rochester food. Now we added Ponderosa.
Well, but here's the
to it.
problem. You don't eat. You're a bitch. So
You don't
can't
eat
give me
either.
some. I was eating potato skin pizza yesterday.
Sunday.
Yeah, cheat day. I get 1 day a week. You get 1 day a year. Well, I'm going to have my 2 white hots, and then I'm going to have a couple of hot dogs. 252 WCMF. My eyes were open again yesterday. We discovered on the air last week that the one of the gentlemen who founded Great Northern Pizza Kitchen, the great Rochester pizza place that closed all those years ago with the crazy pizzas, opened up new pizza spot. It's called Salty Bread Pizza Cafe. And again, this is not an advertisement.
Yeah.
Nobody's asked me to say this. We went out yesterday because my favorite food of all time was their potato skin pizza. And wouldn't you know, they have the potato skin pizza at this Salty Bread Pizza Cafe. And I had it, and it was better than I remembered. And you can't hurt me
Yeah.
for the rest of the week. Like, there was nothing that can happen to me this week, as I knock on wood, that can hurt me because of the taste bud experience.
All right.
You know what else they had?
Yeah, but
Cronuts.
what?
Kimmy, you want to explain it to Tommy what a cronut is?
A
Is it
cronut?
croissant crossed with a donut?
You nailed it. Nailed it.
So it's like a sweet croissant.
But it's in a square form with a hole in the middle.
What's in a hole?
It's like a
Nothing.
donut.
Oh,
What's
it's
in
a
the hole?
wait.
Whatever you want to
But
put
you,
in there,
but
I
you said
guess.
it's a croissant.
It's a
So
croissant
it looks
slashed
like
with
a
a
croissant
donut.
with a hole in the middle.
Yeah, it's
All right.
square.
All right.
So it's the standard one is cinnamon sugar.
All right.
And by the way, it's huge. It's like the size of a brick.
Okay.
But they had yesterday a specialty cronut, cannoli cronut.
Wow.
Oh my God.
You ready? You know what else they had? You know what else they
What?
had? Cookie-olies. 2 cookies with cannoli filling in the middle.
Jesus Christ.
Man, I think I'm eating every cheat meal at this place
Yes.
again.
How could
for
you not?
Bro, I'm going to eat through the whole damn menu. Everything looks so damn good. It's like I'm 13 again, man. I'm going to take my shirt off, run through the sprinkler.
Yeah, that wasn't a good year for you.
What are you talking about?
13 was a good year.
I didn't know it wasn't good at the time.
Yeah.
Only with the gift of hindsight do I know that my year of 13 was terrible.
Yeah.
I can't believe you two are such bitches. You can't give me a single
Well, I'm trying to think of
Okay,
something I
well,
can't get
you know
anymore.
What but I don't know if you can still get this or not. But I know, like, I remember Uncle Ralph's.
Oh, Uncle
Done.
Ralph.
Like,
Remembers.
But
Done.
I
No,
can't
Uncle
really
Ralph,
think
number one.
at the time, like,
Good
because I was
call.
a younger person.
Yeah.
A child, as they call
Well,
it?
I can't think of like one specific thing from there though, but I know that there are probably things people miss from that menu.
Okay, so the potatoes he did were unbelievable. The
Yeah.
mashed potatoes.
Yes.
Right, because he mixed in the skins.
He
the
mixed
bacon.
in like pounds of butter and cheese and sour cream.
And the way that he would cook his steaks with his magic sauce on it.
But it was all open like on a big barbecue pit that he traveled with.
There you go. All right, done. We got chicken wings from Ponderosa.
Mm-hmm.
We got some menu items from Uncle Ralph's. Our menu's rolling. Come on down to
Fantastic.
Remember. Come on down. Shut up. Shut up.
There was also one thing I loved as a kid, and it's such a weird like side thing, and I don't even know if these places are open anymore, but the little loaves of cornbread from Boston Market. I know it's so
Random. That's a very random
but I
selection.
remember as a kid, like I would hoard those things,
but
So-
just the cornbread,
just the cornbread.
not the chicken.
The chicken was meh, but I just remember the cornbread was something I loved as a kid.
Now, look, I want to back you up on this, but
I don't know if it was good, but I liked it when I was like 10.
Can I tell you a sad Duffy story?
Go ahead.
You got a lot of them.
Okay, so
I can't believe that we haven't heard. I think we heard them all.
I'm 10. My brother is 8. My brother Ryan, who comes.
Yeah.
And I think it was like Christmas time. We were shopping at the mall out there in Greece, and my dad and my mom were going to go to Boston Market because it's like the only thing open at like 8
Yeah.
o'clock on Ridge Road in Greece, right? So we walk in. We'd never been to a Boston Market before. My dad orders all of this stuff.
Yeah.
Right. My brother Ryan, at 8 years old, he's starving. He's walks outside, immediately vomits all of it all over the
Oh,
ground.
no.
And I think it's because he just ate too fast.
Yeah, sure.
My brother Ryan used to have this weird thing where he would go to a restaurant, eat too fast, get nervous, and then throw up all the food. It was the weirdest thing. It was like this involuntary.
You think he wouldn't have porked up?
He got over it, I guess. No, but it would happen on a regular
Okay,
basis.
well, yeah, that would ruin it. For
And
you,
like
huh?
it was the funniest thing. Like my poor aunt and uncle, they used to watch us a ton when my mom and dad would be off doing whatever they were doing. And like my uncle Andy, God bless him, he'd be like, "All right, we're gonna go out to get food. Are you gonna throw up? No. You sure? Yeah. All right." He would do this thing. He would sit in his chair. My brother would go.
Yeah. Oh, no.
And yeah, there's a
Like
sign.
an alarm going on?
Yeah, there it is. Now we got to go with the bed. He puked me out. My brother yacked Boston Market all over the parking lot on Ridge Road, so I could never eat Boston Market ever
Yeah,
again.
that would
Okay,
ruin it
all
for
right,
me.
yeah.
I'd be off chicken.
Fair enough.
So now there will be no Boston Market cornbread at Remembers,
All
thanks
right.
to Ryan Duffy. And we'll put up a picture of his face in the window if you're looking for the cornbread from Boston Market.
This is why.
This is why we can't have it.
Okay.
All right, we have a dynamite. Go get yourself some memories. Kind of break them for you this morning here on CMF just after 7 o'clock. You know, I guess a lot of folks in their 40s, 50s, 60s got back into this as part of nostalgia.
Oh.
When the state of New York decided it was going to be recreationally legal.
Oh.
We are finally seeing what the vision was for legal marijuana in New York
Yeah.
State, right? Like the dispensaries are open. It's easy to get your hands on it now. This is
Yeah,
what we
sure.
want.
Yeah.
It took a while to get here. So now it's time to take the next step.
What's the next step?
Well, there is a bill that has been introduced that will allow dispensaries to sell in places right now they cannot.
Oh, so these are be new storefronts?
No, they're not storefronts permanent.
Oh.
Let me put it this way. Kimmy, the beer festivals that happen in the greater Rochester area are wildly popular, right? It brings out thousands, tens of thousands of people, and it allows these businesses to find new customers. Why aren't they doing the same thing with marijuana?
So it'd be a green festival? Did they do this in Wisconsin?
They might. Might already exist.
I've never.
Like it was like some even before it was like legal, they tried doing it. Like out
it
in
was
the
called
woods.
the Shh
Yeah.
Festival.
But I think it was like out in the woods somewhere in Wisconsin. People went up and got baked.
The old man.
make that up?
The old man.
No, I'm telling
Yeah, it was
you,
like
man.
12
Out in
kids.
the woods somewhere.
They went
Yeah,
to Ben
in Wisconsin.
Franklin High
At a mystery
School.
location.
You ever been in the woods of Wisconsin?
Just wander until you find it.
Yeah. Well, like those festivals you go to with the
I feel like
music.
You'd have a lot of lost people in the woods in
They
Wisconsin.
They're already
They-
high trying to find the festival.
They lost people.
We will get into it because there are folks that are arguing, why is this not happening right now?
Well, how
and there
would
are
you-
folks that are arguing, if this happens, it's
Yeah.
proof that this should not have been legalized in the first place.
Oh, so now we're going too far
We'll find
to
out.
Bake Fest?
We'll get into it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF, plus a whole bunch more. But first, Tommy.
Yeah.
Fun fact, the state of New York put a 5-cent deposit on these to cut down on pollution.
Oh.
Did you know this?
I don't know what the bottles.
Yeah, the bottles. What other 5-cent deposit?
I don't know. I thought you had some new information. I don't know.
Thought you had something new
you
information.
got something new going.
Well,
on.
it turns out we do have something new information to share with you.
Okay, I'm
Go
with you.
time up radio news cycle. You are not a man who cares about returning bottles.
No.
But the state of New York is banking on if they make this change, you will care.
Well, I do recycle. They're still getting it back.
Okay. The state of New York
Yeah.
wants to give you more money.
So they're going to up the game.
Yeah, but it's also going to cost you more money when you're buying the stuff that you're getting.
Well, then I'm not up.
We'll get into it next here at the break room on CMF. There are plenty of people who decide, man, this is not worth it.
Okay.
The time I would have to put in is not worth the money I'm getting back. And New York State realizes this. So they are looking to up the game. And here's the thing, man. You would be making more money going to the store and returning these.
Everybody wants more money.
It would also cost you more money to get them in the first place.
So how does it work?
Well, but what do you mean? It's simple.
I'm not making no more money.
It's not to make you money.
What's it to do?
To hold you hostage.
Oh.
You're hanging out in the breaker, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF, just after 6:45 this morning. An interesting dilemma for parents at one specific school in the Rush Henrietta School District.
Oh.
Because the school admits they have found these in the building.
Was
and
it bad?
your kid needs to go to school, especially this time of year.
Yeah.
But if these follow your kid home, it is bad for you and your family.
Yeah, buddy.
We'll get to it just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. New York State wants to increase your can and bottle deposit.
Fantastic.
So as we all know, a bottle is worth 5 cents returned, and it's been that way in New York since 1982.
Wow.
Yep. However, folks pushing for this bill to make the deposit now 10 cents
10 cents?
say that in 1982 when they made it a nickel was worth a little bit of money.
Yeah.
Today, nickel ain't worth nothing. And increasing it to 10 cents, Tommy, would encourage more people to return their bottles, therefore cutting down trash all over the place. Fun fact, the reason they did this in the first place was because trash was everywhere.
Yeah.
And they say this had a legitimate effect on people not throwing cans and bottles out the window while they were driving. So on top of the extra 5 cents you would get now if this bill were to pass, the bill would also expand which bottles will take a deposit to sports drinks, iced tea, wine, and liquor bottles.
So every glass bottle is going to have a 10-cent whack?
I don't know if it's every glass bottle, but it would be soda bottles, sugary bottles,
Booze.
alcohol, and all booze.
So that's wine, all that stuff.
Yes, and before you call up and yell, New York's doing something no one else did, we would not be the first state to do this. Both Michigan and Oregon have 10-cent deposits. Good idea?
I mean, you really got to knock yourself out for another dime.
I knew 10 cents wouldn't be enough.
There's
I
no
knew
way.
it for you, 10
I'm not
cents.
schlepping bottles back. They leak all over the place. I just throw them in the bin. Let them take it. Let them make the money.
They're not taking the butt. They're just throwing it in the back of the...
No, I give it to Waste Management. They probably get some money
That's
back.
called
I
throwing
don't
them
think
away.
So. I think you're just tossing them.
No, but doesn't Waste Management probably get
Are
the
you talking about
deposit?
recycling?
No.
No, I don't think so.
I
No.
don't know.
I think it just goes in the trash.
Here's
No,
my
I-
brilliant plan. Oh, it doesn't work. I don't know.
I figure they got the money.
You think like they're picking the cans out?
when they recycle, don't they separate that stuff?
I don't know.
I don't know either.
Well, I don't know.
That's why they
Well,
give you
I got to put it in the separate bin. What
Well,
are they doing with
I
it?
don't know if those are recyclable.
recyclable.
So
Oh.
recyclable. I don't know.
See,
I
this
could
is
be
why I
wrong,
don't want to do
but
this.
I thought you're supposed to.
I just want it out of my house. I don't want to bag it up. And I see them schleps on Saturday morning
Yeah.
with the 2 carts with all the goddamn things in there. I go, how is that a fun way to spend your Saturday? And then you got to feed that little machine.
The machine feeding's fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, for like the first minute if you're 12.
It's like playing like the world's least profitable slot machine. Kimmy, would 10 cents make you more likely to bring your bottles back?
So we usually like donate them to like a fundraiser because like there's always like those bottle
Ooh,
drop
I
offs.
give back to the community.
Because it takes a while for them to stack up, so we just keep them all in a bag,
But
and then
doesn't
when
that
it gets
suck?
full, but no, you literally just drop it off.
No,
you
but
don't
then you
even
got,
have
like,
to
this
go
big-
return them.
And
It's
then you
just
get this
to, like
big bag of crap in your house.
it's like in our basement.
Well, I can't do that.
Okay.
I don't want leaking bottles in my basement. You're going to get ants and rats down there.
252 WCMF. First of all, you don't have a basement. Your wife has a basement.
And she don't want it either.
You'll rinse them out.
There are two kinds of people in this world. Two kinds
Yeah.
of people.
Who you got?
Folks like you who do not care about the 5 cents,
Yeah.
right? Will not care. And folks who will crawl over barbed wire to make sure that every bottle that
Oh,
they
yeah.
have in their house will get returned. And it turns out those two people always marry each other.
And by the way, it's always I've seen rich people pull this move.
Yeah, returning bottles and cans. That's how you stay rich.
No, but like after they have parties and they're like collecting the bottles and stuff. It's so sad. You're rich, man.
Yeah.
Why are you doing this?
That's how they stay
like,
rich.
That's how they got
I-
rich on nickels and dimes.
Yeah, every nickel and dime counts.
Better in my pocket than theirs.
So like growing up, like I thought you had to do this. Like I thought it was a standard because whenever
Government issue.
whenever we'd go shopping, even if my dad had like 3 bottles to return, he would go to the counter at Wegmans and return the bottles.
But he's also got bank. to passport.
but he did it all the time. I just thought like, oh, everybody does this.
Right.
This must be the stop that they make every time they go grocery shopping.
Look, I mean, the fact of the matter is this. I know you say it wouldn't change the way you act. It would. Because you're not just getting 10 cents back. You're also being charged 10 cents every time you buy a bottle. For example, if you buy a 20 rack of Blue Light or something, that's an extra $1.
A whole $1.
I mean, it is, though. I mean,
right.
you start adding up all of this stuff. Think of all the booze that you drink. You add a nickel to every can or bottle. I feel like even you, in your shacket and ripped turtleneck, would be standing in line at Wegmans feeding that machine to get your dime back.
I
think
never
you
have.
would.
I never have.
But, okay, it would be.
That's weird. You seem like a guy that would. Just because.
How's that mean?
Well, no, because you're so particular about like your garbage and the way things are organized. Like, I would think bottles you'd separate and return to the proper place.
I mean, I'm kind of with her. It is weird. This is the one time you decided not to be anal retentive.
I've never returned a bottle in my life.
In your life?
In my life, I have never returned a bottle.
Even when you were broke on the road.
That's why I was broke. Well, he knows, man.
I know,
was
I'm just
broke,
surprised.
but I was still buying cigars and drinking.
Bro, we knew comics that kept bags in the back of the car to hold their bottles to return.
And they would also like dig through stuff at the club and try to steal bottles. Yeah, there were some broke-ass bastards.
There's a guy that worked here, 252 WCMF. Again, we're talking about how New York State has a bill that is circulating that would raise the bottle deposit to 10 cents. It would be the first time they raised it since 1982. Not only would it give you the extra nickel for returning the bottle, it would also expand it to sports drinks, iced tea, wine, and liquor bottles. So now everything you buy at the liquor store would have a 10-cent deposit on it as well. There was a guy we worked with who why you what?
I know who.
Wait.
Who?
All right, it's Phil. Phil Sherman. Phil Bill. If you listen to the show for a long time, Phil's the best.
Yeah.
All right. He, as happens in radio, was let go. And it was a crappy situation.
Yeah.
And they let him go when he had already left.
Yeah.
He lived in Ontario.
Yep.
He drove back to get the bottles that he had been keeping in the studio.
Yes, so he could go return
them.
Don't be a Phil.
No,
Did he at least like wait till nobody was around?
No,
to do it?
actually,
No.
the guy who they didn't fire helped him bring his bottles to the car.
Oh. Yeah, I probably would have left those behind.
That's about as sad as it gets, man.
I think it was the principal. He wasn't going to
Yeah,
let anyone
no, I
else
mean,
have
I
his
guess I get that
bottles.
too.
Like
You're
the
coming for your
CEO,
stuff.
like the CEO of the company,
Yes.
was going to come and get his bottle money.
Yeah.
No, but look, I'm not a huge bottle guy.
Yeah.
If it went up to 10 cents, I would feel obligated to have to go do
All
it.
right.
Now it's real money, man. It's real money.
It's not real money. Like you just explained it, man. 20 bottles gives you what, $1?
$1. Well, right now, 20 bottles gives you $1. Oh, I'm sorry. If you got a 20 rack of blue, I did the math wrong because we can't do math. That would be $2 on top of your 20 rack. That's right. Like I mean, if I got 10 bottles, that's $1. $1 is something.
No, it's not.
Yes,
$1,
it is.
$1 is squat, man. Can't get you
$1
crap.
squat.
$1 is squat, can't get you crap. What are you writing 70s funk songs now? $1 is squat, can't get you crap.
Man, hold you down.
Okay, so Kimmy, you brought up the fact that you and your husband will drop them off at like bottle
Yeah, like if we see
fundraisers.
one of those, dump off points. Yeah.
Okay, you got to wonder
Yeah.
if they were to do this, if the bottle deposit goes up to 10 cents, would that help the groups that collect bottles?
Well, it have
Or
to.
hurt because more people are going to do it.
Bingo.
Oh, they won't
themselves.
drop
Yeah.
them off anymore?
Yeah. Well, yeah, because I mean, look, if
I was going to helf cancer, but now I'll just keep it to myself.
No, but
nobody collects bottles for
It's
cancer.
more like
Well,
school
like those-
fundraisers and stuff.
The fundraisers.
No, baseball teams
Yeah.
and like
Like youth
libraries
sports,
and all
yeah.
that stuff.
Well, first of all, I'm not worried about some stupid-ass baseball team. I thought you were doing it for, like, medical
No,
kids.
it's just like you'll see like the bin out there and they'll be like, oh, we're collecting. I don't even really care what they're collecting it for. I just dump it in there.
I hope
Communism. Here you go.
Usually it's like at like the library on the corner from us or something.
I hope that the Golisano Children's Hospital doesn't have a bin to collect bottles.
I don't know how they collect. I feel they'll take all your money.
All right, so Tommy, there are some states over the last few years that have toyed with the idea of a 25-cent per can deposit.
Holy Christ.
Would that get you to return your bottles and cans?
25 cents.
Keep in mind, you are spending the 25 cents up front in exchange for bringing that bottle back eventually. So let's see, a 20 rack of beer for that would be like $5, right?
All right, $5.
An extra $5.
Ooh, that's $5.
I mean,
buddy.
bro, now you
Hey,
know
now
you
you
know
talking
$5.
$5.
That's half a cup of your fancy coffee.
I probably, if I was single, I wouldn't care.
Idiot. You're such an idiot.
Well, don't forget, man, I was living off on my second mortgage.
Yeah, that's why you should have returned your bottles.
I was using a home equity line of credit to go out and party on Friday and Saturday night. So I would say single me, I wouldn't. Married me would be forced because my wife would want that money. If it's $5, she's going to want it, which would like chap my ass because I'd be the one that had to like load those goddamn bags into the car and do that loser schlep to that machine.
You're not a loser returning bottles in
Bro,
cans.
You ain't looking cool going into Wegmans Saturday morning in your Crocs to return your goddamn bottles. You ain't Mr.
Do you
Cool,
feel like
man.
you have to go to like a different Wegmans to return your bottle?
Yeah.
You can't be seen at the Pittsford Wegmans because nobody uses those bottle machines.
No, you know what, though? They do because of the rich people.
Yes.
You'll see these Lamborghinis pull up with the clam doors open and the woman's taking the bottles out. It's pathetic.
No, I mean, you live in a community of cheap, rich people.
Yes,
and you're
I
going to
do.
sit here and talk, well, you don't want to look cool. Bugatti loaded up full of bottles. The bottle Gotti, they call it. I mean, it's just dumb. It's free
I know
money.
it is.
It's free money.
But I'm lazy. I'm also really lazy,
Okay.
man. I'm sorry. I'm lazy and I'm selfish.
Let's take break. We're not using any words in between words
Yeah.
today. We take
What are we,
break.
British? I hear he's in hospital.
This is a problem.
What?
This is a big problem for some folks whose kids go to this school in Rush Henrietta.
Oh.
Because this is the time of year you do not want your kids to miss any school.
Mm.
All right. But if your kids were to bring these home, and it's confirmed that these have been in certain parts of the school, it is now a nightmare for you and your family.
Oh.
So if your kid's getting up today, what you do,
Yeah.
and we'll get into it next here in the break room. Let's see it, man. Oh, it might be one of the worst nightmares as a
What
parent.
happened?
You think a flu outbreak in your house is bad? You're worried about the chicken pox?
This sounds creepy.
Yeah. But here's the thing.
Yeah.
Like when the flu and the chicken pox come home, they don't set up shop and stay for a while.
Yeah.
And that's what makes this situation so complicated because you can't be sure your kid's school knows everything that is going on. Because if your kid brings these home, your family not only has a bunch of money they have to spend and a bunch of time that'll have to be invested, you're now also wearing this scarlet letter.
So you can't fix this?
It's hard.
I thought they could.
You're hanging out in the break room. Watch just Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF just after 7 o'clock. What the state envisioned for legalized marijuana has finally taken shape.
Okay.
Right? Like you can go to these legal dispensaries, you can get your stuff. It's all pretty standard now, and it's become a part of our community.
Yeah.
So the state is ready to take it one step further. And the proposition here has some folks wondering why it's taken so long to get to this. Well, folks on the other side are arguing this is proof positive that we never should have done this in the first place.
Oh.
And we'll tell you what we're talking about just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. Story on 10 NBC
What did I say?
says there have been reports of cases of bed bugs at Roth Junior High in the Rush Henrietta School District.
So they just shut the school down and fumigate?
No.
Nope.
So
They try their best to contain, it sounds like.
So, to Kimmy's point, school says only certain classrooms have been affected. Letters were sent out to the teachers and parents who were in those
I'm
classrooms.
already getting skeeved.
Kimmy, does that mean that those letters didn't get sent out to everyone in the school?
Maybe the school, maybe everybody got a notification, but they got the people that were affected got a different type of notification.
Would that bother you if you didn't get a letter, even though, like, let's say your kid wasn't in those classrooms, but it was in the school?
Because, I'm going to be a little bit more aware. I want to know that it's a potential.
How do they not tell everybody? Because everybody's been exposed
They
to
may
it.
have. They may have, although they may not have been exposed to it if it's only these certain classrooms.
But to your point, how do you know?
I don't
They're
know.
bugs that you can barely see.
Here,
Yeah,
listen.
because I kind of thought those things took over entire buildings.
They shut down hotels
Yes. Okay.
and cruise
All
ships.
right, now listen. We are not bed bugs experts, right?
No.
And I would assume that schools have dealt with this before.
Yeah.
All right.
They know what they're doing, right? But it doesn't look like the school is closed for the issue unless there's an update this morning. I mean, maybe they moved the kids out of those rooms while they dealt with the situation.
But then you got them in your house.
Right.
If your kid went to school and they're in the house, now you got to go get an exterminator to go check that out.
I would assume so. That's how you get
you
rid
got
of
to burn your sheets.
252 WCMF. All right, let me ask you this question. Tommy, Kimmy, you folks listening, 252 WCMF. You find your kid, their school has bed bugs in certain parts of the school, but not where your kid has been or is going to be. Do you send your kid to school that day?
No, I don't want, no, because I don't want that in my house, especially if I don't have it yet.
Okay.
But now I'm freaking out that they're already there and I can't see them.
Okay. So you're not sending your kid to school?
No,
How long do you keep them home?
homeschool them.
You're going to
Forever.
go into
I got a
homeschooling?
whole thing of encyclopedias. Crack them open and learn something.
It's April, man.
April, man, what?
No,
I'm
bro.
already itching, man. I don't even that story just skeeves me. You know how I feel about infestation. I hate it.
I don't think there's anyone on the planet you know what I could go for? A good infestation.
You're kind of half pro because
I'm
you don't
not.
take it seriously.
Oh, my God.
You don't. You don't take infestation seriously.
No,
man.
here's what you're not.
I know how you grew up and you saw some things that you probably can't.
We
understand.
never had bugs or mice or rats. We never did.
You don't think that house?
I'm telling you, man.
But your mother's cooking was that bad? They chipped in and got her a cookbook.
All of a sudden, there's a slow cooker moving into the.
The rats are sending the cheese back.
Hear me out. All right, look, I agree with you
Yeah.
that a bed bug situation at your house
Yeah.
would be an effing nightmare.
Yeah.
That being said, it is April, and these are middle school students,
Mm-hmm.
right? This is when you start to wrap everything up, buckle down, get ready for final exams,
Okay.
regents if your kid's taking them, stuff like that.
Right.
Any day your kid misses of school right now hurts more now than it would have a couple of months ago.
Okay, so
Kimmy, you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, it is crunch time.
All right. So you send Junior to school for the tests. He comes back and now he brings this in the house. Now what do we do?
But there's no guarantee that he brings it into the house. The school has said they have it
I
contained.
mean, I would hope that a school wouldn't take the risk of telling you could send your kid back if there was the potential to get them.
I mean, Kimmy, would you be sending your kid or would you keep him home?
I mean, if they said it was okay, I'd probably let my kid make
Sucker.
the decision.
Let your kid make the decision? A kid wants to stay home. What kind of stupid thing is that?
Because the thing is, if I keep my kid home, how long do you keep him home for? I don't know what the answer to that is. I don't know when it's going to be okay to send him back. So if I'm going to take the risk, what's the difference between taking the risk tomorrow or 2 days from now?
I'm also pissed off at that family that brought it into the school.
Okay,
Well,
so
but
let's...
that's the thing. Like, you can't call out this specific kid.
You
Or
won't-
maybe
you'll
you don't
never
even
know.
Okay, yeah.
I mean, you kind of know.
No,
but you
okay, so let's talk about that.
You know that guy.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. We'll get to that in a second. We got folks waiting on hold again. We're talking about how Roth Junior High out in Henrietta, Rush Henrietta, they said they have a bed bug situation in some of the classrooms. They sent out letters to folks who are in those classrooms. It doesn't look like the school is going to close unless there's been some update this morning that we haven't seen. But we're talking about, do you send your kid? It's not the school's fault,
I know.
right? I mean, let's talk to Rammer. Hey, Rammer, how are you, buddy?
Hey, good morning. So my question is, this is a middle school. These kids don't stay in one classroom all day. So if they leave the classroom that has the bed bugs and go to a different one, or they go to the library or the outside recess or whatever, it's all over the school. You can't tell me it's just in a few classrooms.
Well, again, like I am not a bed bug expert. I don't know how long someone has to be in a spot for the bed bugs to then spread.
Bro.
They're like fleas.
Yeah.
If you got one flea on your dog and you got more pets in your house, everybody's got fleas.
Okay. I understand. But if I take my dog to a dog park and he hangs out with a dog with fleas for 2 minutes, is he going to have fleas?
Yes. Actually, that happened to my dog when my son had his buddy come over with his dog that had fleas. The next thing you know, they were playing, and now I got fleas.
And all the kids were humping the pillows. It was really out of control.
It was a nightmare.
No, I hear you. Like Tommy, there was this one time Tommy was just in a locker room at a gym with a man with gonorrhea. He brought it home. That's what he told his wife. It's terrible. It's terrible what happened, Rammer.
Well, Tommy's known for all those kinds of silly things. But anyhow,
You're silly,
you got to close the whole school. I would not send my kid to the school, and I had 3. I mean, anything like that, I just don't want to take the risk.
All right.
He's
Rammer's
right,
out.
though.
He's out, Rammer. Thanks for the call. Would you agree
Like
with...
that-
Hold on. I would like to point out,
Yeah.
when you agree with Rammer, seriously think about this before you say it out loud.
I think he makes sense. They can't tell, like, oh, the bed bug just hung out in room 222,
So
which is a great TV show.
I had a friend who her apartment building had bed bugs, so she had to throw away like all of her furniture.
Oh, my God.
Yes, like get rid of fumigate all of her stuff. Like
Burn it.
once they were gone, great. It happened again, and it was like the whole apartment complex.
That would suck.
Yeah.
All right. So let's talk
Oh,
about...
Pat, hey, come on here.
Not
Don't
what
worry
I'm
about
saying.
School says it's fine.
Again,
Going to Sucker High.
you are... Wait. Your mom opened a high school? And it's been
Your
closed.
mom was valedictorian.
Yeah, what was she? Is valedictorian like valedictorian?
Well, she couldn't get it all. She had a mouthful.
As we talk about this bed bug situation at this middle school in Rush Henrietta, you had said something before we took Rammer's call.
What I said.
You had brought up, like the kid who brought it in, and you said
Yeah.
you'll never know, but...
You kind of know that family.
Okay,
man.
you don't.
You
don't.
do.
Okay, for some reason...
You know that mom.
Really? What about that, Bob?
You know, she got that really loud minivan. She chain smoking.
Where does she work?
Oh, she works by the airport, but not in the airport.
Why is that so funny? So folks who get bed bugs
Yeah.
Yeah.
are looked at for some reason as trashy, gross, and dirty.
Yes.
And here's the thing. That's not the case because you can get bed bugs from anywhere. For example, high-end travelers get bed bugs at a higher clip than normal-ass people. Airplane seats, upholstery in hotels,
Yeah.
Airbnbs.
They're all over.
And just because, by the way, you stay at a nice place doesn't mean those places don't have bed bugs waiting to latch onto your stuff and come home with you. Man, this ain't about dirty. This ain't about unclean. This is just about where you go.
Absolutely.
No,
I never want to
it's true. It's true. I feel terrible for that kid who brought him into the school first because people are talking.
Yep.
People are
Oh,
talking.
sure.
Everybody knows.
And middle school.
Everybody knew the kid that had lice
Yep.
first. Everybody knew, even if it's not 100% proven, people know.
And here's the thing, Kimmy. Even the same thing applies to lice. You don't get lice because you're dirty.
Yeah. No, he's right.
No,
they
that's
like
true.
clean hair.
That's true.
It's true what? No, you want to say something.
No, but like my busted ass sister, her kids always had lice.
Okay. But it's because they got them from other kids.
I know, but she's also busted.
What does that have to do with it?
She also was a chain smoker, had that job by the airport, managed 2 different dart leagues.
Where'd she get her clothes, though?
Oh, they were all birthday presents.
Bro, there are high-end schools. There are schools in high-end socioeconomic places that have lice and bed bugs. There are schools in low socioeconomic places that have lice and bed bugs. And show me a study where poorer places have worse issues with bed bugs and lice.
I don't know.
I mean, look, if you show me the study, I'll go fine. But I haven't seen it.
I do have a question, though, because, okay, Brammer did bring up a good point. Like, I thought in middle school you do go from classroom to classroom if
Okay.
you're not in the same classroom all day. So if it was like one kid that brought it in, they've probably been to multiple places.
Oh, sure.
Also, how do you, because you'd have to bank, even if you get rid of anything and everything in the school, you'd have to bank on that kid where they came from also taking care of the problem.
Back at the house.
Yeah.
Like back at the house.
Yeah.
Ground zero.
Yeah, I don't know how that works. I
know.
don't. All right, let's flip it up a little bit because it's easy for you to tell your kid to stay home from school.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's say same situation as at Roth Junior High out in Rush Henrietta, but it's at our job. There
Yeah.
are some studios that have
Yeah.
bed bugs.
Yeah.
Ours is not one of them. Work goes, listen, we understand you can stay home if you want until it's all taken care of, but we're going to have to dock you a day of pay for every day you stay
What?
home.
Why am I getting docked?
Well, no, you could come in. It's not in your studio.
Wait. I got to lose money?
Yeah, that's what I'm getting because these kids are losing knowledge, getting ready for finals
Losing
and
knowledge. You
regions.
can go home and get your knowledge.
Would you stay home?
No, I got to eat.
Oh, what happened? Oh, look at filthy Tommy full of bed bugs. Human
Yeah.
bed bug.
Yeah, thanks. Whoever brought it in. You know who brought it in.
I love how you're like willing to sacrifice your child's brain, but the $7 a day you make in cans.
And I know who brought it in.
Who brought it in?
Well, who do you think?
Who brought? I'm asking. Tell me who
know,
brought
yeah.
it in.
You know who it is.
No, I'm asking you.
Who drives a minivan?
Who?
Couple of y'all.
I don't drive a minivan. I drive a Honda Pilot.
Well, it's kind of a minivan. It's minivan.
No, it is not a
Calling you
minivan.
out. Oh.
I brought home. Why? What about?
No,
mine?
I'm not
No,
engaging
you
you.
said you just said I
No.
drive a minivan.
I wasn't
dug
thinking
this
of you.
hole.
Because our room doesn't have it, remember?
In my made-up scenario,
Yes. It's other people.
Kimmy.
West Side people.
For God's sake.
With your West Side bugs.
You're the one that travels more than anybody. You were just in Chicago over the weekend at a hotel full of bed bugs, I hear. Kimmy, would you stay home from work or would you come in with the threat of bed bugs?
I mean, I guess like if we all decide to come in, I gotta come in. I would probably come in like a full-on like beekeeper outfit.
What do you do?
So you dress up.
You gonna throw it away every day? Because you'd have to.
Yeah. No. Or yeah. Yeah, probably.
Think how expensive. It's not even coming to work. Worth coming to work. The
Oh,
money
yeah.
you'd have to spend on outfits.
Yeah, clothes. You have to wash. Yeah. You
have
can't
to-
even wash
I
them.
would- Yeah,
Oh, God. What a nightmare.
that would be terrible.
Well, if your kid goes to this school, God bless.
It
I hope
sucks.
works out. Yes, obviously it sucks. That's why we're talking about it. Fun day at Roth Middle School. They get ice cream. Take a break. One half of folks who are happy with this
Yeah.
are asking why it took so long to get to this point.
Yeah.
And we know New York State has had a bunch of bumps in the road
Mm-hmm.
getting to where they wanted to with legalized marijuana. But it seems like finally we are at the point where what we envisioned it would be. This would take it a step further, which has people on the other side yelling, this is proof, if you do this, that we should not have made this legal in the first place.
Oh.
And the right answer is somewhere in the middle.
Mm.
Because, Kimmy, this would be a boom for these business owners. No, you don't think so?
Maybe. I don't know how it would work.
Okay. We will get into some new legislation that is looking to expand where legalized recreational marijuana
Ooh, boy.
can be sold in the great state of New York.
Mm.
We'll tell you all about it next here in the break room on CMF. we knew as time went on, Tommy,
Yeah.
rules around this would start to be relaxed. And we have reached that point. But this debate will be interesting
Okay.
because some folks will argue even with this, the state is not allowing enough. Where some other very loud people will say this is proof that we've already gone too far,
Too far.
and the state should have never legalized this in the first
Look at
place.
these lame asses.
You're hanging out in the breaker, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF, just after 7:25, 7:30. It's the easiest way to get famous in America. And there is an opportunity here locally to be a part of one of the most famous ones of these of all time.
Oh, wow.
Even though you may be shocked that this television show is still on the air. However, Kimmy, what is weird about this story is there are very, very, very few tales of folks who got famous this way ending up in good situations. Yet people still line up to try.
For fame.
We'll get to that just after 7:30. Also, right now,
Yeah, what I get.
well, you can visit the contest page, WCMF.com, enter for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see Dweezil Zappa,
Damn.
the Rock's Apostrophe Tour, Kodak Center, April 15th. Tickets are on sale right now at Ticketmaster.com. So, Tommy, it's been what? 3 or 4 years since New York legalized recreational marijuana?
Seems like it, yeah.
And after a whole bunch of issues,
Oh, yeah.
most folk are finally able to walk into legal dispensaries and purchase weed the way we all imagined it was going to work.
Burn, baby, burn.
And now, since we have that base set up,
Yeah.
the state is ready to take it a step further.
So what's the next step?
Well, you see, Tommy, at this moment, you can only legally buy marijuana from licensed dispensaries at their place of business,
Yeah.
their location. They can't just set up outside anywhere and sell you their
No,
stuff.
no.
That is, until a recently signed special bill takes effect that will, quote, allow cannabis events to take place outside retail environments.
So what's a cannabis event?
Well, Story on News 8 makes a clear distinction. What would be allowed are places like farmers markets
Oh, yeah.
or standalone marijuana festivals.
Wow.
So think of things like the craft beer Kimmy festivals that are so popular around the state of New York.
Yeah.
A bunch of retailers all selling or sampling their stuff in one space.
Then you get bands and food and the whole thing.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's a marijuana festival. It's
Yeah.
going to be bands and
Oh,
food.
yeah.
Right? And the best part is these bands only have to play one song for 4 hours. What would not be allowed, however, marijuana sellers opening up at places like town or county fairs. You get what I'm saying?
All right.
So it would have to be its own thing.
It had to be a
Standalone
private
thing.
festival.
Yes, and it's like its own thing that is
Yeah.
marijuana related, except
Yeah.
the farmer's market isn't really that.
No,
it's kind of
that-
strange.
Yeah, because that's usually a town.
It seems like they carved that out specifically.
Okay.
But like you won't be able to go to like the Hilton Carnival
Right.
next to
Like,
the zoo beer
yeah.
tent and buy a bunch of marijuana.
No.
Okay. 252 WCMF. 252-9263. Let's talk with the poteed in the room.
Mm-hmm.
Kimmy,
Yeah.
is this a good idea?
I mean, I guess why not, right? The thing that I guess I would, I don't know how it would compare, like a marijuana festival or a marijuana market. I don't know how you would compare that to a beer fest, only because like I can go from like stand to stand and take a sip of a beer and not be drunk.
Okay.
Like, you can't really do that with marijuana because the whole point of like wanting to know about the product would be to see how it affects you. And if I'm trying different things, well, I don't know how that first thing affected me if I'm doing 2 other things down the line.
Okay, so maybe, you know what? I said sampling.
I guess like, but to your point, like you could talk to the people that sell it. They could tell you about it. It's an opportunity for them to tell you why their stuff's different.
Okay, so maybe sampling's a bad idea. That's a good point. I didn't think
Yeah.
about that. All right.
That
So,
might be a little tough.
but you're fine with what they are planning on doing here. Here in the
Yeah,
state.
I don't see why not.
And if you could buy it
Yeah.
right there, probably get a better deal.
I don't know why you would get a
I
better
don't know.
deal.
You may. Because, I mean, maybe guys you're not familiar with, and they're competing against each
Okay.
other, so you may get a better
Okay,
deal.
maybe.
Keep your weed budget down.
All right, so as you look like a Cornell professor who gets baked every single day, you are also cool with all of it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, yeah, why not open it up?
Okay.
I mean, everybody's hurting for money.
I mean,
I
Let
mean,
them
I
do
guess the
it.
concern would be you're encouraging that. Let's say it's at the farmers market. Like people might think more people are gonna like smoke openly here, but you can already. So I don't see why that would make a difference.
okay, so I agree with both of you guys that this would give folks a chance to reach a wider customer base. Maybe they didn't
Yeah.
before, right? That's good. But there are some folks that are very upset by this, Tommy.
What are they upset about?
Well, their argument is any retail sales outside of the shops is too far, and this is going to cause festivals to pop up all over the place and infest our communities with a bunch of devil's lettuce smoking communists. I mean, I went a little far there.
Yeah.
But, I mean, they do kind of have a point where all of a sudden there could be in your town, if they allow it, a festival for something like this.
Well, I guess it would be like these would be private festivals.
Yeah, but
like
private
sponsored, and they would cover the expense. So
But
who's it hurting?
those could happen in parks.
Yeah.
Right? So my kid wants to go play on the playground, and right around the corner, I got to drive through a marijuana festival, acrid smoke hanging over the head of my child, taking IQ points away second by second.
But
Like you
people
can't
can-
rent. Can you? Well, I guess you can rent out a park.
Yeah.
For like music festivals.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which there's marijuana in the air anyways.
Yeah, I mean, they do. Like Genesee Valley's has held music.
Mhm.
The Parcel 5.
Okay.
Why not?
All right. Well,
I mean, you could do that. What's that thing where they had the big lunch every Wednesday in the summertime? At
Parcel 5, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they sell booze there, right?
Okay. So let me ask you a question then,
Oh my
Mr.
God.
I'm super cool and laid back.
I'm for freedom, Pat.
You are so not for freedom.
I am for freedom.
You want everything controlled. They're looking pretty. How dare you leave your kids out an extra day? Again, talking about this bill that is passed in New York State, it is going to allow cannabis events to take place outside retail environments. These private retailers that are only legally allowed to sell right now out of their store, they would be able to either have standalone marijuana festivals or places like farmers markets, although that's the one exception. They say that these places wouldn't be allowed to sell at like county fairs or carnivals or anything like that. All right. So let's say, and I see you guys on hold. Sit tight. The phone number is 252-WCMF. Say you're walking down the canal,
Yeah.
right? Having a grand old stroll with your beautiful wife on a Friday night. And then off one of the gazebos, it's fenced off a little bit.
Yeah.
And there's a band playing.
Mhm.
And you recognize that smell. It smells like the art teacher's office. Your wife totally cool with all that going on?
No, of course not. Buddy. What are you talking about?
And you would tell her, honey, listen, you're being uptight. This is freedom. We live in America. It's good. Maybe people are getting deals. These retailers are making more money. You would say you would.
Any of that
Oh,
stuff.
but you would say that to her, right? You would.
No.
No, you wouldn't.
No.
You would sit there and say, yeah, this is terrible.
Well, yeah, I'd have to.
So you're-
I would have to toe the house line.
So you're a hypocritical bitch.
Big time hypocritical coward.
Okay.
But I'm for you.
No, you're not.
I just can't
Secret.
say it out
No, that's
loud.
not being for you.
Secretly.
I'm kind of like
Wow.
I'm kind of like working like the resistance did like in World War II.
No, the resistance actually did stuff.
yeah, but they had to like put up
No,
a fake
you're
front.
the guy after it was over who was like, yeah, all that stuff was pretty bad, huh? As he's loading bombs into a truck
So I'm a sympathizer.
for not the right side. 252-WCMF. Let's talk to Eric. Hey, Eric, how are you, brother?
Hey there, how are you?
Good, man.
Hey, Eric.
So I work 2 doors down from a weed shop in Henrietta, and I am going to tell you for a fact that days like 420 or the other marijuana holidays are going to be huge if they're allowed like enough space.
Okay.
There is no place to park on 420 in our plaza at all. None.
So wait, so you work, what is it, the Genesee Valley Regional Market? You're in that area?
Yep.
Okay.
And on 420 or any of the other ridiculous marijuana holidays, that place is nuts. There's tents set up. Last year they had a porta potty. I mean, it was just insane.
Wow, that's too far.
All right, so Eric, okay.
He sounds against it.
Well, no, it sounds, they would make money. Are you for or against this new bill that just passed?
It's a shot in the arm for the local economy, but I'm going to tell you right now, there's going to be very, very unhappy people because it's nuts. I mean, it's a bunch of very high people wandering around being stupid. I mean, I find it amusing.
Well, it
but,
sounds like New
not
Year's
everybody
Eve.
does.
All right, well, here, we'll go. I see where you're going. We'll get there.
Yeah.
All right, but Eric, sorry, if you had to cast the deciding vote, you've been elected to New York State office, and they go, Eric, a nation turns its lonely eyes to you. Should we have this legally? You would say?
Absolutely.
Okay, he's in.
But he's one of them guys.
Well,
man.
it's okay to understand.
He's kind of
No, I think
not with
he's-
them, but he doesn't want to look like a square.
I think
So
what-
you're like my dad with a Beatles album.
I think Eric knows that other people will be.
He don't
bothered
like
by
looking
it.
at it. You know, like
He
look
said
at
he
it.
liked looking at it.
Yeah.
No, he
He
even
said it was a
says
show.
he's creating like this zombie world that he doesn't like.
Okay, Eric just called the show and voluntarily said, I am for this. You just
Yeah.
admitted if you were with your wife, you would also chastise them with your wife.
But, he's helping Cheesy Eddie board up the windows.
Yeah, bro, they're breaking windows for
Oh,
cheesecake without
yeah.
question.
They're flipping that building.
Hey, Eric, by the way, so you've watched this then from the window of your office, like, grow.
Absolutely.
In your opinion, are there more people now going to these retail shops than when you saw it first open?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It's I mean, there are people who are sitting in their cars waiting for the place to open.
Damn.
Just, as soon as the time hits, 17 car doors open, bag. There you go.
Gotta get their day started.
Eric, great to talk to you, buddy. Thanks for the call. I appreciate it.
Have a great day.
There goes Eric. Okay. Look, I can
Sounds great, though. I mean, the people are spending their money.
Look, you can say this is a good idea while also pointing out some potential issues that will show up. I think that's a fair thing to do.
Yeah, but you're just nitpicking. Like, his biggest thing was there was too many people there.
And I kinda
like, he
just-
didn't have one thing of, like, an incident that he could point to. He just didn't like the fact that they were there and high.
You yell about too many people. You went down to Park Avenue and
did.
went home because you didn't want to pay for
It
parking.
was $5,
So
Pat.
get out of my face.
And they
stupid.
throw it at you.
You were saying, Carrie, I'm sorry.
I also think like most of the people that would be at these things are doing it anyways. It's not like you're gonna get a whole boatload of people that don't know how to handle it, that haven't done it before. I mean, I'm sure there will be people there that do it, but I'm guessing the people that are passionate enough about this to attend something like that are pretty well versed in marijuana and its products.
Well, but you bring up another interesting point that may lead to this not having the effect we think it would.
What's that?
Well, for example, again, talking about this bill that would allow, quote, cannabis events to take place outside of retail environments in New York State. You could have like your own independent marijuana festivals that are dedicated to that. They carved out something for farmers markets for some reason, but marijuana sellers wouldn't be able to open up just any random place like county fairs or stuff like that.
Yeah.
So how likely are folks to try this if they haven't already made the conscious decision they want to do it? Like, for example, if you walk by a carnival,
Yeah.
just randomly, and you see an amazing-looking funnel cake,
Ooh.
it's not crazy to think, I'm going to walk over
That
there and buy
looks
that.
and smells
Yeah.
pretty delicious.
Yes,
Sample it up.
Yes, I wasn't planning on having a funnel cake today, but I'm going to have this funnel
So
cake.
it's an impulse buy.
Bingo.
Right.
You're not going to do that with marijuana.
I
Like,
wouldn't think so.
Some people
If you
will.
were, if you didn't go
Weak
there
people.
for that reason,
I mean, and not even go there for that reason. I mean, Kimmy, most grown-ass people are going to weigh whether or not recreational marijuana is for them before buying it.
yeah.
So, I mean, maybe the field trips to the dispensaries is a bridge too far. Maybe you get a person where this shows up in your backyard and like, today's the day I'm going to try it. But I can't imagine, Kimmy, someone would walk by on a whim and be like, you know
Yeah.
what I'm going to try?
Try this for the first time.
Marijuana as a 40-year-old.
Yeah, I mean, I would think that's a pretty low probability.
I could also see though somebody like that being a little scared to go into a dispensary, just the fear of the unknown kind of thing. So maybe
Okay.
if it is presented to them in a little bit more casual of a spot, maybe they'd be more likely. But I don't know what percentage of people that would be.
Valid point. Look, I'm with you. Like, no one's making anyone go into these places, and it would still be regulated by the state. We do the same thing for alcohol, like we talked about with these beer festivals. I don't really see the difference because you brought up New Year's Eve.
Right. St. Patrick's Day.
Yeah.
Like every holiday we try to attach booze to.
Well, we attach booze to every holiday.
Right. And nobody has a problem with any of that.
Okay. That being said, I mean, you're Mr. Freedom. You just branded yourself
Yes.
Tommy Freedoms,
Yes.
which would be a great country artist name.
Tommy Freedom.
I think Tommy Freedoms is opening up for Declan Smithton, I don't know,
Oh,
stupid
yeah.
country name, at CMAC this year.
I think it's Busty Jackson's coming to town.
Leslie Jackson's more 70s funk, and everyone knows that. Marijuana supporters
Yeah.
say that what they're doing with this bill actually doesn't go far enough.
Oh.
They want more places where they should be allowed to buy and consume. Now, the story on News 8, where this whole thing kicked off, compares how alcohol is now legal in movie theaters,
Yeah.
right? You can consume alcohol. And how under this legislation, marijuana would not be. And some marijuana users find that hypocritical. They want to be able to buy marijuana and consume it inside a movie theater.
Well, you can't smoke.
Oh, what happened, Mr.
But
Freedom?
you can do edibles.
What happened, Freedom Tommy? Freedom Tommy coming through. Oh, wait, that's too much freedom. Here comes train of freedom, Tommy.
Well, I don't wanna
Stop on the track. That's too much freedom.
I don't know. I feel like I'm at a some hipster movie house in Greenwich Village in the '60s where everybody's smoking.
Flying my freedom plane all over. Land that plane. That's too much freedom.
I do have I don't think you'd have to worry about that because if people are too cheap to buy snacks at the movie theater, there's no way they're buying their marijuana there.
Counterpoint. Think how many more snacks you would sell allowing marijuana in the movie theater.
Well, you could sell the edibles, right?
I mean, I
And
guess you
the
could.
brownies and all that stuff.
You could also just bring your own.
Yeah, well, no, you're not allowed to bring snacks.
Yeah.
Well, you could stick a gummy in your pocket.
Okay, now Kimmy is the one encouraging illegal
I just,
activity. I am not.
Who hasn't been with somebody who stuffs a bunch of snacks in their purse? They don't check.
No, I get. Says girl who eats edibles when she goes to watch movies. They don't check, man. I have gotten 3 separate Instagram messages that say all the same thing. This is why I love all you marijuana enthusiasts.
Right.
Jacob writes us, they should do a 420 event. Tom writes us, they should do a 420 event. Steve writes us, they should do a 420 event.
All right,
and I'm sure all of them went afterwards.
It's catching on, man.
Yeah, we get it. Maybe that's why this legislation hit. By the way, we're 13 days away. I haven't heard of any marijuana festival. Have you?
No.
Maybe this doesn't take
I
effect
didn't
for
even
this
think about that.
420.
You're right.
Well, it's
Maybe
a
there's-
marijuana fest. It could happen tomorrow.
Yeah, I guess not big on plans.
Yeah.
The funniest part's going to be if they do one of these like craft marijuana festivals, right? Like it'll be scheduled to start at 10, but it's not going to start till
Yes.
1:30.
Yes.
Oh, man.
And the sign, like the event poster is going to be priceless because they try to squeeze in every cause in one event.
I'm just trying to imagine, like, Innovative Field does. They've done the craft beer festival.
Oh, yeah, right.
The last couple of years. Like, if they did that, like, Red Wings general manager Dan Mason getting a
man.
contact high in his tie. Just trying to hold it together the entire time.
Yeah, how do you
Total-
do dizzy bets?
You just stand there. You're ready.
Okay. You all win.
All right, so I guess now we sit and we wait for the first off-site marijuana festival and see how this goes, right? Because, there's nothing that says if this goes terribly, the state can't be like, bad idea, we take it back.
Yeah.
Is that fair?
Yeah,
And we wait and see where Freedom Tommy's plane lands next when there's too much freedom. This is the easiest way to get famous still in America.
Really?
Right? They say that anyone can get online and become an influencer. But Kimmy, as we've seen with some people in our lives, that's harder than we thought.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
This, however, could have you walk into a room locally, and all of a sudden you are on national television.
You're kidding me.
Now, what's weird, though, people here in Rochester will have this opportunity.
Yeah.
Very few people that have gone this route to get rich and famous have good things to say about it.
But do you actually get rich and famous?
Some people have made careers out of
Really?
kicking their careers off like this. I know I said careers.
All right.
But again, it seems like it comes with way more baggage than it's worth.
Damn.
We'll tell you
Yeah.
how you yourself can be a national celebrity
National.
right here in town. Next, here in the break room. WCMF. You want to be famous?
Yeah.
This is the easiest way.
Let's do it.
And it's coming to our area very soon.
Mm-hmm.
But this may not be the kind of famous you want to be. Because, Kimmy, folks in the past who have made their name doing this don't have the best track record when it comes to long-term mental, financial, and physical health.
So the fame can destroy you.
Yeah, I mean, fame in general can.
Bring you to your knees, Patrick.
I don't know why you're doing Juan
I don't know
Valdez.
why either.
Okay.
To emphasize the power of the fame.
Fame will kill you.
Yeah.
But it seems like this specific fame is worse than all of them.
So it's got bad luck all around it. All right.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF. Just after 7:45, we're going to have a new policy on this show.
Oh, I love new policies. Those are fun.
Anytime Bills wide receiver Keon Coleman speaks into a microphone,
Yeah.
we're going to play you that audio.
He's a funny guy.
He is a comedic genius, and I think we're finally starting to realize that he knows what he's doing, and he's crushing it.
Okay.
That being said, he was asked about a poll that the Bills came in dead last in as a franchise.
Oh.
And he described it in the funniest way you'll ever hear, but also mentioned something about his boss.
Oh.
Maybe not the best thing to do, Kimmy.
Okay.
Yeah, but
Like a subtle shot.
I wasn't a shot per se.
All right.
you know, he's one of those people. It's really, really hard to be mad at him. We're laughing along with him for whatever reason.
We'll get into it. We'll play you the audio just after 7:45 here in the break room on CMF. If you are ready to be a star, boy, do we have news for you.
So what happened?
Big Brother, the CBS reality show, will be hosting open auditions in our area.
That's still on?
I thought the same thing.
Man.
So,
So they're doing it here?
so it will be
Like nationwide? like here too?
So it'll be for the show.
Yeah.
But they will have open auditions at Batavia Downs April 30th from 2 to 7. Like, I guess you just show up. How do you audition for Big Brother?
They're looking for characters, like wacky people, right?
Okay, so you bringing up the fact that neither of us knew it was still on the air. Kimmy, did you know this was still on the air?
I've only seen it like in commercials, so yes.
I would feel if you have no shame, go down. Because that's what they're looking for, right?
I agree with you.
Okay, I never understood Big Brother. Is it a competition
Yes.
or is it like just a, hey, here's people living in a house, like real world style?
I thought the people in the house vote you out.
You got it. For those
okay.
unfamiliar with the premises, you live in a house that has cameras in every single room.
Yeah.
You compete in, I guess, different challenges along the
So
way.
it's like Survivor, but in a house.
Kind of, yes. And you don't eat bugs unless they started eating bugs. But yeah, you all get voted out until there was one champion at the end, and that is the Big Brother
All right.
Yeah.
champion. I
And
guess.
like you form like alliances to like get other people out, and then you got to cut that guy's throat because he was your buddy. Now he's working against you. I mean, it's a pretty cool concept.
Well, I mean, it was the original reality TV show.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, because this was one of the original reality TV shows. So, again, if this is something you're interested in, Batavia Downs, April 30th from 2 to 7. Question, and the phone number's 252-WCMF. Do people still want to be reality TV stars?
Why not? I mean, it's the easiest way to get to the fame.
Okay, I mean, it is the easiest way to get famous, but reality shows aren't really unique anymore.
Yeah, but if you hit, you got ways of making money where the people that did that 20 years ago
Yeah.
couldn't capitalize on it like
Yeah.
you can today.
That's a good point.
You could become a huge influencer off those shows.
Okay,
And then you know what you get?
what do you get?
You get the
The
green.
money.
If you're not watching the live stream, he's doing the money.
And where do you put the green?
Where do you put it?
You put it in the till, baby.
Right in the till. You're
Yeah,
right.
why wouldn't you want to do it?
Well,
It
here's
does
why.
expose you to more people. It gives
Yeah.
you a bigger audience because there are those loyal followers of that show that you'll at least gain if that's what you're looking to do.
Okay, but here's the thing.
What?
Now, I agree with you that there are more avenues to make money than there were the first seasons of these
Yeah,
reality
there
shows.
was no vehicle.
That being said, there are so many reality shows now. Like, you didn't even know the show was still on, and you're talking about how this person's going to be able to parlay
we
it into
don't
cash.
know. But there is a segment of the population that does. and
Okay.
they're-
Yeah, I mean,
you know what I mean?
my TV don't go past the Weather Channel, so I couldn't tell you nothing.
I guess what I'm getting at is there is so much noise now because every channel you watch has 5 different reality shows on it. We all remember the name of the first guy that won Survivor,
Oh, yeah, Hatch.
Richard Hatch.
Yeah.
You remember that guy? We all remember. Name me another Survivor winner.
I can only remember that Jimmy Johnson was on an episode. That's it. Of the 30 years it's been on TV.
Name me a single winner of The Amazing Race.
I do know Rex Ryan was in an episode of that. That's all I know.
Name me a single winner of Big Brother.
Oh.
You ready for this?
Yeah.
I can name you a single winner of Big Brother.
Yeah.
His name is Stephen Moses. He was the winner of Big Brother season 17. He's from Rochester.
Oh.
The dude is from our backyard.
And won.
And you did not know his name. And I rest my case. I mean, I don't know if that guy's making money off it. I don't know if he's happy that he did it. I don't know if it destroyed his reputation.
Oh.
But this guy may live in your neighborhood.
He could.
And you have no idea that he won Big Brother season 17.
But people are still lining up to be famous.
Okay. But that's what I'm getting at here is maybe people aren't realizing the toll that
probably
this
not.
takes.
Yeah, I agree. But they don't want to hear that. They just want to think they're going to get rich and everybody's going to know me and kiss my ass. We don't want that.
I mean, but you're still going to be in a better spot than you were before.
Are you?
Yeah. I mean, well, if you're looking to gain followers, get, some brand deals, or just be exposed to a bigger audience, you got that going for you at least, if you know how to make it work.
But I guess it's what you have to do to get there, right? Because if you're going to survive on a reality show for multiple weeks where you'll have enough of a
right,
following.
your whole life is exposed. Or like you could be made a bad guy, or, the perception of you could change.
Those are the people that
It's out of your control.
But they become the most famous. You're right. Like all of a sudden, yes, you have been exposed to the
Yeah.
country, and some people remember you, but they remember you.
They may remember you for one sentence you said, and whoops, that didn't come out the way you hoped.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like you're putting a lot of faith in a television station or television company, production company, editors to make you look like the person you want to look like for you to make money afterwards.
Yeah, but I mean, if you're a young, good-looking person, why not take the shot?
I don't think the juice is worth the squeeze, man.
Well, let's say you got nothing else going on. There's some hot honey walking around Batavia. Go down there to put your ass out there and see what happens. See if anybody takes a nibble.
So you want the hot honeys to put their asses out there in Batavia.
To see if anybody takes a nibble.
Of their asses.
You forgot the nibble. The nibble of get you out there. I mean, what do you got to lose? More than likely, you're not going to get picked. You're going to go home. I mean, they don't pick that many people. So I guess go have some fun. Life's short, baby.
By the way, that kid I told you from Rochester who won season 17 was found at one of these here in Rochester.
Oh, no kidding.
At Batavia Downs, I believe.
No kidding.
So, I mean, there is a history that this actually works. This ain't like one of those like old American Idol where it's like, come on out to the Rochester. Yeah, nobody wins.
It is funny because I've seen interviews that have been done with some reality, people that kind of hit a little bit on reality TV, and they'll talk about how they thought they were going to be on multiple shows before they got on the one they finally landed.
Oh,
so,
like they have an addiction to trying to get on reality shows.
Or I don't know if they go through one of these talent things and they try to pick which one they'd fit on. But it is interesting to me that they didn't even just try out for one specific show. They were just willing to take any.
I'll say this. Again, 252 WCMF, Big Brother, the CBS reality show, will be holding auditions at Batavia Downs April 30th from 2 to 7. We're talking about the fame that comes with it, why you would want it. If I were single and I met a girl who applied for multiple reality TV show slots, that's a red flag for me enough to walk away.
Really?
Really?
Oh, yeah.
As
I
a
know
young
multiple
person?
people that have
I wouldn't
done-
even care.
Yeah.
You're a young guy. You're out.
Mm-hmm.
And you meet this hot honey.
That's a weird thing.
Will you stop saying hot honey?
And nobody's taking a nibble on.
It's a weird thing to draw a line on.
Yeah, that wouldn't stop me.
It says a lot about
a girl that tried out for The Bachelor.
It says a lot about
The
your person.
Bachelorette.
But okay, what you tried it for the Bachelorette? I want to have to be engaged to a
Wait.
stranger.
I mean-
Are you saying it says a lot about her what?
Personality.
She's hanging out with you at a bar.
So what are you saying about my wife? Oh, checkmated yourself there. It's just
She's
stupid.
one of the good ones.
Oh, what do you mean by one of the good ones?
One of the good ones.
Yeah.
The women.
Uh-huh.
The women folk.
I wouldn't think twice about somebody that.
No,
Really?
man.
That wouldn't bother you?
Especially a young girl. I mean, she's got.
I say go
wants
for
to be
it.
a
If you're
model.
in your 20s and there are those dating shows or any of the reality TV shows, that's kind of a fun experience to have when you're young and single. Why not?
Yeah, I got. If you're a young female,
Mm-hmm.
I got to think one of your thoughts would be to be an actress or be a singer or to be a model,
Okay.
right? I mean, if you got the looks, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so that would all line up.
Okay. You couldn't handle a woman who wanted to be on a reality.
I can't handle any women. So again, I sound like Remmer now. Hey, let me tell you.
No, man. I mean, look. Think about the type of personality that a person who wants to be on a reality show has. They just want people to look at them. They just
Right.
want attention. I don't want that.
Yeah, but
and I
that's-
understand the irony of me saying this into a microphone on a radio show that we do for a living. I understand the irony.
No, but I mean, I just figured that's people in general. And I don't think it makes them bad people.
Okay.
I mean, I'd rather date that chick than the South Florida sea bags I had to endure. Who
By
also
the way, one of my favorite minor league baseball teams.
the South Florida sea bags.
Do not buy that hat.
Two of them infected me, man. I'll
love how
take
that's your
Batavia Downs modeling chick.
Okay, 252 WCMF. Let's go to the phones. You missed South Florida sea
I
bags.
did. I'm sorry.
It's a
I
new
was on the
baseball
phone.
team coming to town.
You think we could sell logoed South Florida sea bag T-shirts at the Rock Shop?
I want to see those
with
those
your
logos.
name and number on the back of it. Let's talk to Andrea. Andrea, you're on CMF. How's it going?
Hey, so I have a story. Back in, let's see, I want to say spring of 2009, I want to say.
Okay.
So Made, that MTV reality show.
Okay, let me
came
stop
to do
you just to,
auditions.
let me just stop to catch everybody up. Made Tommy, do you remember this show?
No.
He wouldn't know. This
Okay.
was more our time.
So it was the idea was it was someone like a kid who wanted to try something completely different than what they were into. So like one girl was like a popular princess girl. She wanted to be a skateboarder. One kid was like a giant nerd. He wanted to be in a band. So
Okay.
Andrea, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So I was a marching band geek, and I wanted to be turned into a cheerleader.
Okay.
And they came to Webster, Thomas Schrader, and I believe Penfield, and did auditions like in one of the staff break rooms, and everybody auditioned for it. I mean, you just lined up, and I got it. I got a call from New York one day on like my little flip phone. It was a random area code, and I answered it, and they said, "Hey, it's Made. We want to turn you from a marching band geek to a cheerleader." And we had signed all the forms. It looked great. We had to sit down with the principal and the vice principals way back when. They were going to bring in cameras. And the day before they were going to start shooting, my parents reread the script and the contract, and they turned it down because they saw the little clause saying, "Nope, we can make you say whatever we want."
Ew.
And at the time, being a senior, they thought, you know what, if you're going to be going for different colleges and applications, we don't want them to make you say something for like your top school and have somebody's daughter who's in like the parents in the admissions office for that college watch it, and then you don't get into that college that you want.
You've got really good parents.
Okay, hold on.
You've got really good
Hold
parents.
on, hold on.
Wait.
Hold the phone.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Hold the phone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where'd you go to college, and what do you do
I'm
now?
not mad about that at all.
Wait, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Where did you go to college, and what do you do now?
So I went to McGill University up in
Ooh, Toronto.
Montreal.
Or Mon-
Foreign country?
Was not my top school. So my top school was University of Michigan, and that I had like the Michigan sweatshirt. You know, it was ripped, and I walked into the audition with like my hair's naturally blonde. It was dyed black, and it was coming in the roots. I looked like crap at this audition. So that's probably also what got me into this show as Made. Was they were like, "Oh, this person needs a massive makeover."
Sure. I guess what Tommy's asking in a roundabout way is knowing how your life turned
do you
out.
regret it all?
Yeah.
Like,
Do you wish you could? Do you wish your parents would have let you do it?
Oh, absolutely.
Really? How old are you now?
32.
Wow. I mean,
I would probably regret not doing it.
Yeah,
Like,
because
you
it's an
you regret
opportunity.
what could have been. kind
but
of
it's your
thing.
most awkward years on film forever.
Sure, but you
Well,
know,
she-
you gotta-
wait,
like,
she- wait a minute.
All
She
those
said-
years are awkward, anyways.
Wait, she's a senior. They're not that awkward.
Yeah,
Really?
they are.
Go back and
They
look at your
are.
pictures of yourself.
Well,
Bro,
not me.
You
man.
haven't even grown into your head yet. Well, Andrea, listen,
I definitely peaked after high school, so I was like ready to be a reality TV star, and that show's not on anymore, I don't think. So, I mean, people aren't necessarily remembered for that, luckily.
I don't know. I remember everyone I ever watched.
I was gonna say I remember the kid who almost because they must have just gone to every Rochester school because I remember they came to Hilton too, and I remember like there were kids that were close to the final or so they said. Who knows?
Well, Andrea, listen, if you still got your reality show dreams, go out to Batavia Downs in April.
I was thinking about it. That's why I called in, because I listened to you guys every morning. I was like, ooh, I actually have a story this time.
Hey, Andrea, and
I haven't again.
we're glad we heard it. And listen, thank goodness I'm not single because, again, if you wanted to be on a reality show, I just simply couldn't date you. It's a red flag. I'm sorry.
All right, thanks, guys.
There goes Andrea. Heartbroken, obviously.
Yes.
I don't know why you're so nonchalant about
What
that.
do you mean? I mean, let kids have fun.
Okay. No, man, I would not. The last thing I would want for my children is to be on a reality show as a high school kid.
But if you don't, that's all you're going to hear about, right? Let them go take the shot, and then they'll shut up. Because, like, if you tell your kid no, they're just going to keep whining about it.
Yeah, that is such a spoiled-ass kid take.
What?
Yeah, my kid wants to try vodka. Yeah, go ahead. They're just gonna keep
you see
whining.
what you do.
I would
booze.
I
didn't say booze. I could try the heroin.
If you put a gun to my head and said, "Give your
please,
kid,"
where's the gun?
if you said, "Give your kid,"
Shoot your mouth. What?
Or let them start a reality show,
wait.
I would give them booze.
No, you would not.
I would, yes,
you
absolutely.
would not shrink their brains with alcohol.
Bro, I don't want my kid on TV.
Yeah, but I mean, that's how every kid. We all dreamt it of getting on television.
Yes, again, and look at all the youth. Think about the youth stars from when you were a kid. They're all dead or heroin addicts or wearing fake teeth because they grinded them out.
We did find out that Jay North died today from Dennis the Menace.
Well, that guy was a good story, wasn't he?
No.
Oh, no, he
horrible
wasn't.
story.
Okay, there you go. Well, he
was
was
actually horrible on the show.
He was a menace.
Yes.
Should have saw that coming.
Yeah.
All right, let's take one more call. 252 WCMF. All right, Kimmy, how do I pronounce this name? I'm sorry.
Okay, he's gonna have to say it again because I could not hear him on the phone.
Okay.
Sarbeth?
Is it Sarbeth?
Okay, it's Travis.
Oh, Travis.
Travis.
Wow, Kimmy, are you going deaf?
No, it's that phone. It's so
Sarbeth.
fuzzy today.
Hey, Travis, what's going on, buddy? You're on CMF.
Hi, I was on MTV's True Life.
What did you
I
do?
was on around 2009, and it was for what was it? I'm a fanboy, so somebody who's like really into like comic books, pop culture, like nerd culture.
Okay.
And my narrative was that I was like a struggling filmmaker, but I was working overnights at a warehouse. I just wanted to make horror movies, and I didn't read the fine print like the last caller's parents did, which was wonderful. And to say the least, I learned a lot about myself during the whole experience.
Okay, like the number one thing you walked away learning about yourself was what, Travis?
Oh, that that I will say yes out of fear to just about anything.
Okay.
I mean, this is 2009, so like I think like it's really shaped my sort of like moral sense and self-awareness. But like, yeah, they didn't pay you. Like, it's weird. It also kind of sucks because people who, if you're on MTV, they think like, oh, maybe that's like your foot in the door in some sort of industry. No, they bring cameras to your apartment, exploit the hell out of you, and leave. And there have been a lot of times where I've been working a job, and the people that come up, like, you know, if I'm working customer service or whatever, will come up to me and they'll be like, you were on MTV. And then suddenly a thought comes into their head and they're like, oh, and you're still working?
Oh!
You're a loser.
All right, so
there have been so many times where, like, the person that I'm talking to will be like, hey, cool, I recognize you because you're on MTV. And then they're like, oh, you're a weirdo because you're on MTV.
So how old were you when you did it? Like, how old were you when you were on the show?
I was in my early 20s. I think they were kind of painted into a corner because at the time I was in a relationship that didn't have any drama, and they were kind of like, damn, like, we don't have a story to really like exploit here. So like they had to manipulate footage around here and there. My brother is like, he's the one who quote unquote made it in the family. And he was very, very pompous. I mean, he still is, but he was very pompous at the time. and they tried to like create it like it was a Rocky story where like I was the underdog that wanted to make B movies and he's the more accomplished one. And then one day we finally set our like differences aside and we like slap our hands like Apollo Creed and Sylvester Stallone.
Really short tank tops on a beach that are neon for some reason. Yes, yeah.
I mean, that would be a better movie. But like they shot a lot of, but also they shot a lot of extra footage too to appease my ego. And I'm not saying this out like to be scathing. Like it really like there were times where I could like see over the shoulder of like the producers and the people working on their laptop and stuff, and they could tell that whenever I had any real doubt, they were like, okay, so let's pretend that we really care about this kid talking about the fire and like the camera's not on. And I'm like eating it up. I'm just like, and in part 8, he went to Manhattan, and it was a thing. But it was funny because for a while, a lot of people came up to me and were like, "You're on MTV. Hey, you're on MTV." And I'm like, "Yeah, thank you." But one time, this one kid came up to me, and he just wanted to talk about like the shirt or like the jacket I was wearing. And he came up to me, and I was that total guy that was just
it
like,
Tommy?
"Oh yes, I see that you're approaching me because I was on MTV." And he was like, "I don't know what the hell you're talking about."
Well, Travis,
And I
listen,
was
man.
like-
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Sorry, no, I digress.
No, I get why those guys were cutting all the things you were saying now. No, I really appreciate the story. Travis, thank you. That is actually extremely insightful. Thank you for the call. I appreciate it.
I think
No
he just.
problem. Thank you.
See you,
I
buddy.
think he just came up with 2 really good reality shows.
Oh,
What?
One called Fine Print. You get these people in to see how many people actually read their
Oh.
contract.
I like it.
Sign it,
right.
and then they go, "Oh, you got to do this over
dress
here.
up like
You
a
didn't read
clown
the
now."
fine
That is a
print."
great idea.
And the other one is, "Wow, you were on MTV, where you
I
now
would
get
love
exposed
to
to like
see an
where they are
MTV
now."
follow-up right now of all those shows I watched. as a
Yeah, see what these
teenager.
people are doing now.
You could do where they are now or where are they now. Either one.
But yeah,
What has a question mark? What doesn't, you dumbass? Let's take a break. Here's your Ken said news.
Why, it's a
Where
work in
they are
progress.
now episode.
it's a work in progress.
All right, let's take a break. A man who is fully embracing his fame. And here's the thing. I think early on we believed he was just like a kid and he was saying silly things and that's why we love him.
Yeah.
This proves that he knows what he's doing and he might be a brilliant comedic mind. Because anytime Keon Coleman, Bill's wide receiver, speaks into a microphone, we are going to play it for you.
Yeah.
That is a break room promise.
Mm-hmm.
But in this interview, he may have unknowingly taken a shot at his boss.
okay.
And we'll get into it next here in the break room. WCMF. God, I love this guy. I
Whatever.
love this guy so much. It is
Yeah.
now, it is a break room rule.
Yeah.
Whenever Bills wide receiver Keon Coleman speaks into a microphone, you will hear it on the show. And I think this is proof that he knows he's funny.
Okay.
He knows what he's doing. This is not just some guy being like, the world's insane. But in this audio that we're about to play you, he may have made life a little hard on himself.
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF. So for those who don't know, a recent poll done by The Athletic, it's a website app, asking players what they thought about different things their teams do well, like trainers, facilities, all this stuff. The Bills got an F-
Wow.
for travel.
Oh, their accommodations?
You got it.
Like how, like the plane?
It just said travel.
Okay.
And they got an F- from the players that currently and have had time with the Bills. So Keon Coleman, Bills wide receiver, was on. It's Carmelo Anthony's podcast, Kimmy? He was on the podcast with him. By the way, Carmelo Anthony elected to the.
Was it Carmelo Anthony's or was it a different show?
I don't know. It doesn't matter. He's on a podcast. Carmelo Anthony elected to the Basketball Hall of Fame over the weekend.
Well, good for him, finally.
Keon Coleman was asked about the Bills landing an F-, and this is what he had to say.
Nasty ain't the word. NFL travel is so different from NBA travel. Y'all only got 15 people on a big plane. Y'all could take family. We ain't doing all that. I think it might be maybe about 8 people first class. Everybody else is about the 40s. Like a regular economy. The plane don't even be crazy. It's just you go to LA at 75. Oh, you feeling yourself. You forget. You got to come back to Buffalo at 20. You like, shit. It's snowing out there. You got to sit in the parking lot like this.
The automatic starter don't even work.
But you still gotta wait a couple minutes to warm it up. You spend more. We need like 40 first class seats. We need to play Kevin Hart had, what that was, Soul Plane?
Soul Plane. Oh, God.
So for those who don't know, the Bills do not have their own private plane.
So they just fly commercial.
They don't fly commercial. They fly commercial jets privately.
So they fly, they charter
They're
a
on
plane.
You got it,
regular
yes.
plane.
But so some of these big dudes have to sit in like coach seats.
You got it. So
I don't know how they do that.
the way that it normally goes is, depending on how many first class seats there are, coaches will take first class seats.
Because they need to, like, scrawny ass or old ass coach needs to stretch his legs out.
Some of the veterans will get first class seats, and some of the guys that are hurt will get first class seats. Everybody else has got to sit in the back. There are some NFL teams that have their own private planes.
Well, like the Patriots.
That will.
Dallas.
I don't know if Dallas.
No,
does.
Dallas has got their own plane. It's
you
been in a bunch of stuff. Yeah.
Okay, all right. But yeah, so that's the biggest bitch from Keon here.
And Playboy, of course, had their own plane. And Hooters.
But as we talk about
Yeah.
the private planes belonging to the Bills, it turns out that Keon says he does know someone in the franchise that has their own private plane. Has their own private plane.
This ain't the NBA, bro. I don't know about all
That's
that.
the same audio.
Owner got his own plane.
Oh,
it
I'm
might
sorry.
say Bills on it, but everybody can't fit on that. I got to fly there one time. One time from the combine, right? No. When I got drafted, they flew me up there. And my people's on that jet. I act a fool. I was like, what? I ain't never flew on a jet after that, but hey, one time was enough for me.
So he's saying Pagula has a private jet.
Yep, and he got to fly on it one time after
When they hired
drafted
him.
him. Yep, and
Yeah.
that was it.
Yeah.
Is that a smart thing to say about your boss?
Probably not.
Okay.
Probably not.
Kimmy, does that hurt him?
No. I mean, it will if he's a good player. It's not going to hurt him.
Okay.
If he's on the bubble, might hurt him a little bit. But I think that but Keon Coleman is so honest with he just makes observations and he says them out loud.
Yeah.
And
No
it's
filter.
it feels so innocent. It feels like a little kid just pointing out things that they've experienced that it's almost hard to be mad at him.
I agree with Kimmy 100%.
It's not like he's saying it to be mean or malicious or complain or call people out. He's just saying what he experienced and how he felt about it.
So, like, bring it back to real life, right? Like, every workplace has a man or a woman that is so beloved
Oh, yeah.
that they can say whatever they want about whoever they want,
Yeah.
and everyone just laughs about it and moves on.
Mm-hmm.
And it feels like Keon Coleman has become that guy, that there is nothing he could say, knock on wood now,
Yeah.
Right.
where you can look back and be like, that was terrible. I can't believe you just said that out loud.
Like,
It's
he's
just the
kind
way
of-
they say it.
Yeah.
It's not threatening. It's
Okay.
just funny.
And you know how people get when people criticize Buffalo players, celebrities, whoever, like people get very not offended, but like we kind of all have that chip on our shoulder in Western New York. Like we can say bad stuff about ourselves, but you can't. But for whatever reason, the way he talks about it, it doesn't offend me.
He's charming.
It is funny, though, to that point. Like, I wasn't offended by any of that.
Yeah.
I do love hearing someone that grew up in warm weather bitching about the New York cold. Like, are you serious? Like, so for those who don't know, Keon Coleman grew up in Louisiana, hence the drawl.
Yeah.
You just flew private, man. You didn't have to go through the airport.
That's true.
You didn't have to wait at the baggage terminal. Like, you got off the
Gotta
plane.
wait for his car to heat up. Though.
Okay, but that's just it. You walk right to your car. We all got to wait for the car to heat up. I just fought through.
But again, he's experiencing this for the first time.
Okay.
You
No,
know,
I'm
like,
with you.
And
like
he also knows.
It's almost like he's surprised by it. Like, I didn't know we had to do this here.
And he also knows other teams have it better.
Sounds
They may
like
not
it,
even
yeah.
have great records.
Okay.
But they have like better because you would be pissed off if like somebody down the hall got like we all got the same, right? But all of a sudden they got something better for no reason.
I do want to point out, because I looked it up, Dallas Cowboys do not have their own plane.
Told you.
It's been on television.
Jerry has his own plane. The team
Yeah.
does not have its own plane.
They fly through American Airlines.
Oh, so who has their own plane besides Patriots?
New England does. Kimmy, can you Google what other NFL teams have their own plane? I feel
You would
like
think as how much money this league makes,
Yeah.
how they all don't have a deal where they have like every like Delta just flies these guys.
Oh, they
on
may
their own.
have that. It's
Like,
just,
but like specialized, fancy ass. Because like, so the Chicago Bulls had their own plane.
no, but it's like Keon brought up. You only got 15, 20 guys
Oh,
on
true.
a
Yeah.
roster, so it's easier.
Yeah.
There are only two teams with their own planes. That would be the New England Patriots and the Arizona Cardinals.
The Cardinals have their
Yeah,
own
they
Because
plane.
remember
suck.
they flew the LA team to
right.
Arizona this past year because of the fires.
No,
what,
but
a, what a cheap ass league.
No, but you brought up like making a deal with Delta where you'd have a specialized plane. What else could you use that plane for? You couldn't fly that commercial where everybody gets a first class seat.
Yeah, true. But well, you can sell it to rich people.
A whole jet
Yeah, there's a whole jet.
with 70 people. What rich guy wants to give 70 of their closest friends a trip on a jet?
But they're super rich dudes. They
They could afford that themselves.
got-
What a dumb take.
well, how does baseball travel?
I think the same.
Hockey?
I think the same.
Really? Yeah, that's
Although hockey's a smaller roster. I mean, they're all
and
smaller.
they're also smaller dudes.
Maybe and not necessarily.
Well, hockey, they're pretty puny.
Hockey?
Yeah, they're not big
Okay.
like
You're just
linemen.
You're just judging it based on the Gianta brothers. The rest of them are
yeah,
huge.
junt to air.
So it sounds like the only baseball team
Yankees?
that has their own plane is the Detroit Tigers.
Really?
That's so strange. I always assumed they all had their own stuff.
No, I
They
mean,
all
why?
charter flights.
Yeah, why would you do it? You could pay for the charter. I mean, think about what a plane would cost to buy and maintain.
What do you think a goddamn team costs to buy
the
and
Detroit
maintain?
Tigers share it with the Detroit Red Wings. Like have a combo.
Oh, look
plane.
at that.
I don't know.
They're buddies.
Okay, okay.
I mean, just for the logo's sake and the promotion, and all these guys want to show how big their dongs are, right? So why wouldn't they?
Well, I mean, I guess when
I mean, that's why the Patriots did it and put all their trophies on the tail.
Yeah, and as soon as they got it, the team went the tank.
Yeah.
It was pretty sweet trophies. Finish it with 3 wins. All right, let's take a break.
Right.
This story makes no sense.
Oh.
And it's scientific data, really good scientific data, backed up. Because when you hear the word only child, your first thought is?
Spoiled.
Okay,
Punk
Kimmy,
ass.
do you look at only child as a positive or a negative with somebody?
Man.
I guess it would probably be more negative, just because
It's always negative.
You probably didn't grow up with the like learning how to share.
Well, it turns out this take we all have is wrong.
Baloney.
We'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. No one in this room is going to want to hear this. And frankly, if you are not one of these, you've always looked at kids in this situation with disdain.
Oh, yeah.
Assume stuff was wrong with them because of how they grew up.
And it works for either gender.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Agreed. But recent research suggests,
Really,
Thomas,
done by spoiled kids.
they are way better off in every single way than the rest of us.
So they have better character and like they're better people.
Did you not hear me say every single
Every facet of life.
way you think of it, they're better than you.
Okay.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. We will jump right into it. Tommy, when I say the phrase only child, the first thing that pops in your head is?
They're spoiled. They're just selfish.
Okay. Kimmy, would you agree?
I wouldn't say spoiled as much as trying to think of a word for
No, take your
it.
time. We're just doing a radio show.
Horrible.
No, I would say horrible.
Look at her trying to be. Well, you know what? Now that I think about it, that people can hear me.
Think of every girl you dated that was an only child.
The worst.
Oh, my
The worst.
God.
They're-
Oh.
It's like you
Well,
didn't
they're
exist.
Okay, they're not good at adjusting. You know what I mean? Like if things like
don't have to.
they like things a very specific way, and
Yeah,
they're not
theirs.
used to like as kids having somebody come in and mess it all up. You
Okay.
know, kick over your Lego castle you just built.
All right, well, if we're being honest, the three of us, you look at only children as, ugh.
Yeah.
Well, it turns out we may be wrong.
So what did they find out?
A new study in the Nature Human Behavior Journal, which we read weekly,
Love that thing. Yeah.
says that only children are smarter, happier, more creative than suckers like us that grew up with siblings.
Okay, let's break that down.
Smarter, happier, more creative.
Of course you're happy because you get your way all the time.
We're talking as adults.
Yeah.
Shut that road down pretty quick. This is as adults.
All right.
All right. And they went deep with this study.
How deep?
Like your mom deep.
Damn.
Hello. What'd you say? Sorry. I didn't think you'd participate in your mom has a huge vagina joke with me.
Why not, man?
Surprise.
Apparently there's plenty of room.
A team of scientists
Yeah.
use brain imaging, behavioral assessments, questionnaires involving how much money these kids' families had growing up, along with the childhood trauma they may have dealt with. They used over 7,000 people, ages 18 to 30. What I'm getting at is, like, these are pretty rock-solid numbers based on how they do studies.
Yeah.
And it was overwhelming how much better only children are than the rest of humanity. 252 WCMF, 252-9263. Do we want to believe this study?
I've never seen it.
Really?
You've never seen it. I've never met somebody who was the only child that wasn't a complete ass.
Oh, because like actually, you bring up the creative thing. Most of the people I knew that were only children, children.
Are you okay?
Yeah, it's a bit there. They got into like very creative fields.
Okay.
And I think it's also because like they had like it seemed like their parents were just so supportive. Like they never missed anything that they did. Like no matter what they wanted to do, like their parents were all in on it. Like they did have that support system at all times, and I think it's because like they were the main focus.
All right.
I ain't buying it.
No, I mean, it makes sense what she's describing.
Well, yes, but you would also sometimes be supporting kids that don't have the talent, but you're just saying you're great.
Okay,
Yeah,
but
we used to see that in
leads
stand-up all
to-
the time.
But that also leads to confidence with whatever they pursue.
I mean, she's right.
You know,
But it's
like
a
whether or
false
not they're-
confidence.
False confidence, real
I don't
or false
know.
confidence, it helps you down the
Yeah.
road.
All right,
There's
right.
plenty of people that have false confidence that are in really important
Yeah.
positions right now.
I haven't seen any yet. I also hate them.
okay, that's
Like
a
if
you
I-
problem.
Yes, I understand that, but if you tell me like only child, I automatically don't like you even before I really got to know you.
I'm the same way.
So
Really? Like you ought to, even as an adult. Like I
Oh,
get
yeah.
like having that take as a kid. You know, maybe they're just not good at sharing. But
No.
like as an
Not
adult,
like Tommy.
but I would think like over time though, like you learn those things because you have to if you work with people and just things you're exposed to.
I would think if I met a woman and she said she was an only child,
Yeah.
the first word I hear is princess.
Mm-hmm.
And
Well,
I-
you hear that anyways.
Well,
You
but
hear
it's
that
all,
in a
but
bunch
this
of
is
different
certified.
scenarios.
You certified USDA choice princess.
Okay, so what do you
Prime
think of a boy then?
A douche.
A man.
A total douche.
Why a douche?
I just see a douchebag. I
But
just see a douchebag.
what about him makes him a douche?
He doesn't know
what tendencies does he have?
He doesn't know when to shut up.
Yeah, go on.
He's aggressive but can't back it up.
Yeah.
He's
I don't know
every
what he
guy at a high-end restaurant in this town on a Saturday night. Some of those guys got it. Some of those guys don't. But he acts like it.
Granted, 2 out of the 3 things Tommy described was himself. I tend to agree with Tommy on this.
He owns skis and a golf bag, and they both have his name on it. You know I'm right, man. 4 of his buddies have boats.
Which is stupid. You only need 1 boat of the 4 buddies, but you're going to go out with boats together?
Yeah.
Let's tie off. All right, so here's the thing. We already told you that this massive study shows that only children are smarter, happier, and more creative than suckers like us that grew up with siblings. However, the benefits are like literally endless. You ready for this?
All right,
it
well.
goes on. Only children, as adults, show not only better mental health in this study, they had better memory. They had superior language ability. They were found to be less impulsive than people that had siblings. They needed less approval from others than people that had siblings, and they were more mature.
I would also think you're not very competitive as an
Why?
only child because, like, in your house of 4 kids
Oh, yeah.
and not a lot of money, you had to compete for a lot of things you didn't even realize you were competing for.
Sure.
Like, it was like a built-in self-defense.
Look, you guys know I'm the most competitive person in the history
Yeah,
of the
but
planet.
you are. Your siblings aren't.
Well, I beat Ryan into submission.
That's what I mean. Like
Megan is
you
my
became
sister.
such a psychopath.
But your
You
sisters
all-
are
you
tough
sucked-
people.
You sucked all the competitiveness out of your siblings because they just didn't want to try anymore. They're like, I don't want to deal with Pat
See, like,
today.
you don't bring your sisters around much, and I know why.
What are you talking about? I don't bring him around.
Because they'll put you in your place.
No,
Like,
I
you
love
like
my
keeping
sisters.
you like keeping Ryan around because he's like a big French bulldog that everybody finds adorable, even though they walk weird. But like, you don't bring your sisters around because I know your sisters are pretty badass and will put you in your place
All right,
just based on your impressions on them.
Thank
you,
Okay,
thank you.
no. First off, I didn't want to bring Ryan around in the first place. That was forced on me by management. Second of all,
Yeah.
what reason would I have to bring my sisters here?
They're family.
No, I love my sisters. I would say my sister Megan, the older of the two, is more competitive than I am. I think it went boy, girl,
Yeah.
competitive, and not so competitive.
Okay.
But I do think in that environment you have to develop certain skills,
Or you just give
survival skills.
Now, Ryan has a different set of survival skills than competitive.
Yeah.
He's like a rat that knows how to grab cheese that fell off a table.
That was pleasant.
No, I'm just saying, like,
I
he
know what
knows
you're saying.
he's resourceful.
In that kind of infectious rat way, how they eat garbage.
I said cheese. He loves cheese.
Yeah, he did test positive for cheese.
I mean, look, I don't want to believe this.
Yeah, I don't.
right?
I don't like them.
Look, to your point, we all grew up with those kids that were only
Yeah.
children. We hated them.
Mm-hmm.
Those women that you dated or men, ladies that you dated that were only children, you hated them.
They're
Like,
never
It's interesting,
portrayed
though.
that in a positive light in any kind of media.
maybe we've been brainwashed. Maybe that's why we feel that way.
It could be.
Man.
The 2 people that grew up as an only child that I know of, like they're so different that it's hard for me to even put those 2 people in the same category, even though they're both only children. Like the one is super social, like just wants to be everybody's friend, like goes out of their way to befriend people, and the other person is so much of an introvert, and they were always growing up.
Okay.
Oh.
Like they almost had a tougher time making friends. So I don't know like why one turned out that way and the other one didn't.
Well, I mean, that could also come down to parenting.
Yeah,
different
but I'm
outside
saying
sources.
I don't know. Like I guess it's hard for me to put all people into the same box because I just feel like they're all just wildly different.
Oh,
Okay.
different skills.
We're trying
Yeah.
to have stop using nuance in a conversation where we're generalizing and stereotyping because you're really taking the fun out of this.
Well, like
for the
because
other
but
two.
what you're saying, some of it does sound like I can put some of that on one of the people I know and not the other. I guess is my point.
252 WCMF, a massive study done by several scientists found that only children are far better off as adults than people that had siblings. Again, this study found they are smarter, happier, more creative. They have better mental health, better memory, superior language ability. They were found to be less impulsive. They needed less approval from others. They were way more mature.
So they're well adjusted.
Yes.
Is what they're saying.
Yes.
All right, let me ask you this:
Okay.
single you meet a hot chick out at the bar,
Mhm.
and you find out she's an only child.
Okay.
She's going back to your place for a night of fun.
Okay.
How do you think that sex is going to go? Are you expected to be off the charts?
Um,
Yeah.
I know.
Exactly.
I don't think that the sex was bad. He's doing the thumbs down if you're not watching.
I'll get
Okay,
By the
back
way,
to
maybe that's why it's bad, because your thumbs were
I have
down.
a question over here.
If I had 4 hands,
Question
I'd give
over
it
here.
4 thumbs down.
Why
There's
would that?
young man in the back.
Why would being an only child affect that?
I'm
I'm curious, like, why you think psychologically that would be a thing.
He thinks she's a selfish lover.
yeah,
Okay.
and she's all about herself, and the sex is gonna suck. She's gonna be a dead fish in bed, and she's just gonna lay there.
Hey,
and
to Kimmy's point, why would having siblings make you better at
Yes,
sex?
that's kind of what I'm asking.
I just think that your whole attitude sucks, and that's the only thing that's gonna suck in this bed tonight. It's gonna be your attitude, girl. I think she's just gonna lay there.
I think I'm done with this conversation.
What?
No, I've had sex with women that were only children.
I don't know.
It was it off the charts.
I don't remember it being like terrible.
Was it memorable?
What?
Like all the chicks.
All the chicks, like he's had so many people that he doesn't even know.
No, I'm
Talking
saying
about
like
him, he's the one saying this, not me.
no. I say all the chicks you've had.
Yeah.
The most
Don't
memorable.
say it like that, you creepy ass
By
bitch.
the way, like I would think like somebody who grew up like creative and confident wouldn't have that problem.
Oh, creative. She's right.
Mm-hmm.
Look what I can do with this. Now it's a poodle. She's doing balloon
Well, that would
animals.
hurt.
Depends at what point you're at.
Twisted my penis into a puppy.
Look,
I couldn't pee for a week. And it was beer fest.
to your point.
I just figured spoiled, lazy,
Okay.
or like it's all about me. I don't have to earn your attention.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, look, I would have agreed with you, but now that you compare it to sex and I'm thinking back, I didn't have unpleasant experiences with only children.
All right.
That sounded really bad.
I loved all the
Else to say,
children.
only
Adult women that were
All the
only
children of this
or
great country of
former
ours.
only child.
All right, let's go to the phones. 252 WCMF. Bill, save this sinking ship, buddy. How's it going?
Oh, hey, Duffy. Doing good. Listen, I'm an only child, and I've been an only child, obviously, all my life.
Is that how that works?
Yeah. And I don't even have any siblings, per se.
Okay.
It is true. I think only children are like anybody else in the sense that there's a bunch of us that are selfish and there's a bunch that aren't. Because personally for me, being selfish as a kid, if you didn't share your toys and play with other kids, they didn't want to play with you. So you were stuck.
Oh, that's a great point. I didn't think about
you
that.
had no playmates. You didn't have a built-in playmate. You didn't have all that kind of thing. So you had to earn it.
Kind of a people
or they
pleaser.
kick you down the road. You know how kids are.
Oh, yeah. Especially with your
You
grown-ass
know.
man voice at 7. You want to go play hopscotch? You want to play dodgeball in my truck at 7?
But yeah, I know I never had that problem, but I will admit I know other only children that even I look at and go, "Oh my God, you're an only child," and it is a stereotype for a reason.
All right,
So-
Bill, let me ask you a question, because I got 2 buddies who are only children, like good buddies of mine, right? And both of them have said that they wish they would have had brothers growing up. Are you happy being an only child, or if you could change it, would you have wanted a brother?
I don't look back at it like that as far as regretting, because I hung out with so many siblings and watched, older brothers beat on younger brothers and the whole family dynamic. And quite honestly, it wasn't anything that I missed.
Okay.
I got my fill of it when I visited their houses, and then I could go home and not get beat up by my older brother or picked on or anything like that. So, that part didn't bother me at all.
All right, well, congrats on having better mental health, memory, language ability, being less impulsive, needing less approval from others. And
So let's
being
get
more-
this on. A guy that says he's one of the good ones has just gone on and on about himself for 5
We
minutes.
asked.
I literally asked him all the questions
I'm
he answered.
answering your question, Tommy.
And then they turn it back on you. So it's like, now it's your fault, not their fault, because they're isolated, insulated.
Bill, thanks for the call, you spoiled-ass bitch.
Bill.
All righty.
See you, buddy.
Bye-bye.
Do you think that people that grow up only children are more mature because they're used to having like adult conversations? Like you always have like
Oh.
stupid conversations amongst siblings, so you're used to talking to kids all the time. Whereas like if I'm at home all the time and at the dinner table, I'm only talking to adults. Then maybe that's why you're more mature.
So,
Could be.
yeah, no, I think that's a good call. Just using it in my own life here. Like my 2 daughters, my 14 and 12-year-old, are could not be more different.
Yeah.
Like my 14-year-old is the quintessential 14-year-old girl, right? Just wants to hang out with her friends, blah, 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 blah. My 12-year-old is a 60-year-old woman. I'm not exaggerating.
Yeah.
And I think it's because when my oldest was at hockey practice, the youngest had to hang out with me and the rest of the adults.
Oh, just sitting in the stands?
Yeah, or just like hanging out while they were practicing, sitting around. Like she would have to talk to my wife and I. And I think that has made her like an adult.
Okay.
It's weird.
Well, she's heard more adult conversation.
And she knows how to have adult conversations.
Well, but that's very good to have. That's a great skill to have.
Maybe I also want her to be able to be a kid.
Yeah.
Be silly. Like there are times where I'll like watch her hang out with her friends and she'll say something where her friends are just like, what?
What about the price of avocados?
Did you see these tariffs? And the electric. Don't get me started about the electric company. So does this mean we should all then just be having one kid?
I mean,
No.
you do what you want.
Well, no. I mean, look, if our goal is to raise the
Yeah.
healthiest, most well-adjusted children possible, and this study shows overwhelmingly that only children are way better off than kids who had siblings growing up, then the algebra way to do this
Is to only have one kid.
Mathematical.
to only have one kid, right? I mean, that would make the most sense. If you want your kid to be the most well-adjusted, have one kid and stop.
Okay. All right.
Am I wrong?
All right.
I screwed it up.
Does that
Oops.
work for the Earth, though?
Well, no, because eventually, but then again, like, you know, we'll all get to drive Bugattis because eventually they'll have to sell them cheaper. Damn it. All right, let's take a break.
All right. What's the matter?
Well, look, kids cause different kinds of issues,
Yeah.
right? Like multiple kids will mean you got to spend more money.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay, and then as kids grow older, and the relationships you have with people outside of your family, that can affect your kids as well. Like there is a man from our area who has been arrested because of what he decided was a good idea with a child and his kid, or excuse me, his kid and a friend, according to police.
Oh.
We'll explain the whole story, and we'll do it next here in the break room on CMF. This has been a debate in this room from the moment Tommy found out he was having grandkids.
Yeah.
And for some reason, you are convinced that drinking and watching kids is okay.
Yes.
Right.
And with moderation.
Ah.
No, I mean with the kids. Not too many kids.
After this story,
Yeah.
I'm going to show you a couple of people who would disagree with your assessment. You hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. We'll jump right into it. The story comes from Wayne County. A 34-year-old man from Rochester is facing charges after an investigation into an incident that happened late last year. Authorities say the man and a buddy went to help move the 34-year-old's ex-wife into an apartment above him.
So he's doing a solid.
Yeah. You with me so far?
Yeah, yeah.
So this 34-year-old man has a buddy come over to help him move his ex-wife into an apartment above him. Authorities say during this time, the friend that came along got drunk while moving.
Well, usually you're having a couple of pops. I mean, I'm busting my ass over
You
it.
should do that after you're moving, though.
Look, everything so far standard.
Yeah.
At some point, the 34-year-old man left the house to go to the store, leaving underage kids with his drunk buddy, according to police. While the underage kids were with the man allegedly under the influence, police say the drunk man allowed the juveniles to consume alcohol. Not laughing anymore, are you, buddy? Remember the laughter? Remember when we laughed?
Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
Because you said juvenile.
I don't know how old the kids are.
That's what I mean.
I don't. Oh, what?
And we
Really?
don't know-
Wait. Hold on.
Well, juvenile. What's juvenile?
What is
what's
the
that-
age? What is the age?
what's
in
top
your,
juvenile?
What is the age in your head where this would not be a problem?
The kid's 17, 18.
17, 18.
He has a quick beer. What if the kid's also busted his ass?
Well, we don't know if they had a full beer or if they just,
It just says-
had like if you said, want to try this?
A sip. It's just- they're doing.
No,
you
see
know,
what you did. Now he's gonna go. See, it was
I
just
mean, I don't
cakes.
know.
It's a very vague statement. Juvenile,
Well,
consumed alcohol.
no. It's actually pretty cut and dry. Someone not legally allowed to consume alcohol. Yes.
That's right.
Okay.
As somebody that consumed alcohol at a very young age.
Look how you turned out.
Both of us, actually.
Yeah. You want to be us? Can't do math.
Not anymore.
We somehow got fetal alcohol syndrome after the fact.
I'm so done with us.
So here's where the story gets weird.
What happened?
The man who went to the store
Yeah.
has been charged.
Well, he's the guard. It's his kid.
I guess. The 34-year-old has been charged with endangering the welfare of a child. Authorities say there are potential charges pending for the others involved. That being said, now I get that he left the kids with his drunk buddy, according
Right.
to police. He's not the one that gave them alcohol.
Well, did the kids just get the alcohol, or did he
It
give
says
them?
allowed to have them to
Okay.
consume alcohol. I mean, I guess my argument, if I'm this guy, now great, you're not looking great at 34, right? My argument would be I couldn't be sure how drunk he was. What I'm saying it out loud.
No,
This is
but, no, but that's a valid point. So let's
Well,
say you leave,
yeah.
and you stick me with your kids, and you know I'm drunk, and I'm half out of it, and the kids get into the alcohol, and I don't even stop them because I don't even know what the hell's going on. I'm wasted. Why am I in trouble?
No, but again, it says in the story he gave it to him.
Gave the.
I
or-
literally have said it
Allowed
3
it.
times.
I thought you said allowed.
Oh, okay. Allowed the juveniles to consume alcohol. That would be giving it to them,
no,
wouldn't it?
that's just saying
Oh,
that
my
they
God.
went over and consumed it. You didn't stop.
Oh,
them.
sorry. Tommy Cochran over
I
here.
mean,
Well, I mean that's a big difference.
Yeah,
I mean,
'cause
because I
for-
can see that scenario.
because it didn't say providing them.
Right.
If the koozie don't fit,
You've got to acquit.
so here's the thing.
Right.
I would argue it's unethical to leave a kid with a drunk adult.
Yes, and you knew the guy was drinking.
Look, and I wouldn't do it. I was unaware you could face charges for doing that. Did you
Oh.
guys know that?
Well, I mean, it's a judgment call on the parent. Like if you know the guy's drunk,
Yeah.
and you put your, I guess that's in endangering a child.
Look, I get by the look. It makes
the
sense.
definition.
It makes sense. I'm not saying that.
I never really thought about it.
Neither had I. I just
Yeah.
assumed that it was. Look, I wouldn't do it. It's unethical.
No.
I didn't know you could get in trouble
Yeah.
legally for that. So, Kimmy,
Yeah.
this loops back around to a debate that has raged in this room for the last 3 years.
What's that?
Well, Tommy, you're now a grandpa of 2.
Yes,
And when you found out your first grandson was on the way, you argued into that very microphone
this microphone right here.
that it was okay for you to be drunk and watching your grandkids.
Not drunk. We can have a couple of
Kimmy,
little glow.
you were here.
There.
Did he not say it was okay to be drunk watching his
I
grandson?
don't know if you said drunk, but you
Oh.
did say.
Ooh.
You know you said drunk. That's why you were waiting
but
for
you
it.
did say I could have a drink or two or something along those lines. I don't know if he said drunk specific. I don't even know what it takes to get him drunk.
Me neither anymore. I've lost count.
All right, well, Tommy, since your grandkids have been around,
Yeah.
right? 1 + 2.
Mhm.
Have you changed your mind?
Well, I've had my mind changed for me. There's like new rules with the alcohol and children.
So the answer is no, you haven't changed your mind. You still think you would be fine drunk around your grandkids?
Yes, but I'm not allowed to.
Okay, but you think you would be able to be?
You don't think I can have a glass of scotch or two and watch a kid?
No. No, I don't.
Why not?
Especially at the age they are right now. They're like on the move. They're getting into stuff.
Yeah, bro, I've watched you get out of a chair. It takes you 5 minutes. Now we're going to add drunk to that? Hey, you're fine, whatever. He's got a toaster, a fork or something. I don't know. Everything's okay. I'm also curious, again, as we talk about this story, 252 WCMF, a 34-year-old man arrested after police say he left his kids to go to the store. Sorry, it says juveniles. My apologies. To go to the store with a buddy that was drunk while he was gone. Police say this buddy who was drunk allowed the juveniles to consume alcohol. He's now facing charges of endangering the welfare of a child. At what point did this become law in New York State? And the reason I ask, every one of our parents of anybody listening over the age of 30 could have been arrested.
Oh, yeah. Back in the day?
Probably.
For sure.
How many times back in the day were you as a child around all of the adults or all the adults around you were drunk?
Oh, yeah.
Probably every
cocktail party.
Every party, every Super Bowl party, every
holiday.
New Year's Eve party,
Every holiday.
every neighborhood get together, 4th of July, cookout. Yeah.
Do either of you remember feeling unsafe in those situations?
No, as a kid, you probably didn't even notice.
No, I would. So I told you, I was a little kid. Like, if I saw, like, drinks that were still sitting there as a little kid, I would take sips of that alcohol.
You sure you don't want to go back and amend that it's okay that you're drinking around your grandkids?
Well, no. Because I did find out I don't like soda. But I like the other stuff that was in the soda.
Okay. The reason I asked when this became law, arguing that all of our parents were drunk when we were kids, right? I'm not asking that question to say what is happening is no big deal. I'm simply asking that question to point out how different the standard of parenting has become in a matter of 25 years, right?
They had low standards back in the day.
No, but I'm saying,
none.
look, between 1990 and 2000, that wasn't that long ago.
True.
A lot of things have been carried over as what you should and shouldn't do as a parent. It is mind-blowing to me that, to your point, if there was a neighborhood thing going on, Kimmy, where nobody had to drive.
It's kind of assumed everybody's watching the kid. Like, all the people together, somebody's got their eye on all the kids. And as a kid, you're used to running around the neighborhood with your friends anyway, so you don't really care what the adults are doing.
But everyone was drunk. Like, God forbid something happened terrible. True. Who's going to do anything about it?
Fireworks.
And you never heard those stories.
Well, I mean.
No, I don't. I mean, I'm sure they happened. You just never heard about them.
How easy was it to be a parent back then?
Oh, come on. And going back farther, it's cake.
Were you less afraid back then of being a news story?
Well, yeah, because, I mean, there was
they weren't in the news.
Like, if you didn't catch it on the news, if you did end up in the news or your name or picture or whatever, like, if you didn't see it on TV that night, you missed it. You couldn't go back and see it again.
No, but to Tommy's point, I don't think our parents looked at that as illegal or immoral or dangerous.
Well, yeah, but I also just think you didn't even think about it.
No.
Okay.
You didn't. It wasn't a fear.
Okay. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Sam. Hey, Sam, how are you?
Good morning. Good morning. How's everybody this morning?
Good, brother. What do you got?
So I'm just curious as to how the police even got involved. Did this guy come home from the store, get mad at his buddy, call the cops, and then screwed himself over at the same time?
I mean, that's possible. It says there was an ex-wife involved. Maybe she stumbled onto the situation. Maybe the kids admitted later. Because, Sam, this story happened late last year. The charges are just being filed this week. So maybe the kid said something after the fact. I mean, who knows? There's 1,000 different ways if the allegations are true.
And also, these kids couldn't be too old. I mean, if this guy's 34, unless he had kids at, 14, 15, these kids had to be pretty young, I'm assuming.
Well, I mean, let's say you had them at 20, they would be, 18, 19, 20, they would be 14, 15, 16.
But I would also think you want somebody to stick around and watch your kids. They'd have to be kind of young, right?
Okay. I mean, look, I don't want to make too many assumptions with a story we don't have a lot of details. Sam, I will ask you this question. Are you a parent yourself?
I am a parent myself.
Have you been drunk around your children, Sam?
I've never been drunk around my children. I'm not much of a drinker, but, I've had a couple drinks here and there.
Call yourself a parent.
Yeah.
Trying to raise fine Americans.
But, my oldest will be 19 this year, and, on the right side, I don't think I'd be mad if he had a beer or two.
Okay. Well, the cops are at your front door, Sam.
Yeah, right.
Thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
Thank you. Have a good one.
Yeah, take care. No, I don't mean to stand on a soapbox here. But as we're going back in time here in this room, I would like to point out something I had said years ago.
Yeah.
No, what's that?
Well, my wife and I have a rule, and this was even before I knew this was illegal, and it was my idea, just growing up the way that I did, that if someone was going to drink, one of us, the other was going to stay sober.
Yeah.
Right? Like only one of us is going to drink at a time.
Right.
If the kids are around. And you laughed at me. You mocked
Right,
me.
say that
You
one.
called me a prude, teetotaler. Who knew? Who knew? I was following the letter of New York State law.
So one of you has to be sober when you're watching the kids.
Yeah, well, no, like when the kids are around, and it's mostly me. I don't drink that much anymore. Like I have
Yeah.
no problem. Go have a couple glasses of wine,
Yeah.
whatever. Have fun. But yeah, like unless the kids aren't there, my wife and I won't both drink.
Okay. There you go.
Oh,
Very
now
good.
you're fine with it. Oh, that's weird. What happened? What happened?
But you can have one.
Well, yeah, I can have a beer. Like I'm comfortable with that. The second we go past 2, I won't go past 2.
All right.
'Cause
Well,
then-
but two's a reasonable number.
No, but 2 becomes 10.
10's a lot unless you want to stretch it out over the whole day.
Now you're okay with that?
No, of course I'm okay with 10 drinks.
No, I would say like, yeah, you usually judge people for drinking like that much beer.
Well, I've softened with age.
Yeah, your chest. You're not going to like this at all. But look, you're getting older, and I'm worried about your heart. I am.
What about
I want you to live as
I'm
long.
taking the pills.
Okay, good.
I got the cholesterol and the salt.
It turns out this thing that you do every single night, most Americans do every single night, that you insist matters, is bad for your heart.
I'm bad.
Yeah, no, it's really bad. And you think you're doing a good, healthy thing.
And I'm killing myself.
Yeah, you're hurting your heart. At least according to this doctor.
Okay.
We'll tell you why you should be only brushing your teeth once a day.
Your teeth are going to rot.
We'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. You're not going to like this.
What?
You're not going to like this at all.
What?
Well, look, I know this is something you take a lot of pride in, but apparently doing this, what you believed healthy thing, according to this doctor, is killing you.
But how is it killing me to be doing something that is like medical?
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. Just after 9 o'clock. We have to talk about phone calls that I've been getting, and I'm assuming everyone else has been getting. Because if they keep doing this, these folks that are doing it, it means people must be taking them up on their offer.
Oh.
Cold, out of nowhere, having never talked to them before, to sell the most valuable thing you own.
Oh.
And we'll get into it just after 9 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. Apparently, brushing your teeth before you go to bed is bad for your heart.
So.
Bad for your heart, specifically?
Yes.
So going to bed with ass mouth is a better way to go.
Now, look, I want to say this straight out front.
Gross.
This is a doctor saying this.
Okay.
Take it with a grain of salt, all right? But the argument is, we all know that bad dental health leads to potential heart issues, right? Like it's all connected in that way.
So how is this helping if you're not cleaning your mouth?
Apparently doing all of that and then going to bed, there's nothing else in your mouth for the rest of the night. You're not eating, you're not drinking. Like so all of that stuff that you were like is going into your mouth when you're sleeping and you're swallowing it. It's bad for your heart.
No, because you rinse.
So you think.
Gargle and
so
you
maybe
rinse.
You're not doing it enough. Do you use mouthwash?
Yeah. So when I go to bed,
At
I
night?
brush. Yeah, I brush, I floss, rinse all that out, and then I do the Listerine, and then I go to bed.
Okay.
How is that killing me?
What do you want from me?
This guy's a jerk.
Look, okay, look.
So
he's in bed with Big
question
Kevin.
though, wouldn't it be worse if you didn't brush your teeth?
I don't know.
Yeah, because you'd have all that bacteria stuff
All
you'd
of
be
that's-
sucking in.
At least if you're brushing it, you're getting some of it out.
I don't know
think.
what you want from me. Maybe you're loosening it up, man. Maybe it's perfectly balanced until you get up in the morning. You're like,
But then you brush your teeth in the morning. I don't know.
All right,
I would think the more the better.
can you Google the percentage of Americans that brush their teeth twice a day? What do you think that number is?
Well, people lie.
Okay, even give me the line number. What do you think the number is going to be?
That do it twice a day?
Percentage of Americans who say they brush their teeth twice.
I'm going to say they say 60%.
Oh, you think it's that low?
Yeah, but I'm thinking they lying on that number.
Because I was going to land on 70% of Americans say they brush their teeth twice a day.
Ooh, did you look it up already?
No, I didn't.
Because approximately 69%
Oh!
of Americans brush their teeth twice a day.
And after 69, you know you need mouthwash.
Depends on who you're with.
I was right there.
No, I mean, just
Or
saying.
your mouth, for sure.
For God's sakes.
So
30% of Americans admit they only brush their teeth once. Well,
No, twice a day.
no, but 30% admit
yeah.
that
they don't.
less than once
Yeah.
or less a day.
Yeah. Man, that's nasty.
I'm a 3-timer.
What?
I brush my teeth in the morning, and then either I brush in the afternoon or I use mouthwash, and then I brush before bed.
Why are you brushing in the afternoon?
You ate lunch.
Like if I take a nap or something, I don't like to go to bed with like,
Yeah.
ugh. So I'll rinse my mouth.
Okay.
I do it 3 times a day. Brush, floss, rinse.
You brush, floss, and rinse 3 times a day.
Yeah, so if I go home, I eat lunch, right?
Yeah.
Do the whole routine.
Yeah.
And then after dinner, whole routine. And then if I have a couple of cocktails in the evening, I'll still rinse again with the. I probably do Listerine 4 times a day.
If you're drinking alcohol, you don't need the Listerine.
No, but I want the taste out of my mouth before I go to bed.
Man,
So yeah.
that's weird.
No,
well,
but
you
I
also don't drink coffee either.
I don't know.
Like, so I will sometimes brush my teeth when I wake up, and then if I have a coffee later on, I have to brush my
Yeah,
teeth.
you get that
after the
coffee
coffee.
break.
It's
I wouldn't know. I don't
Ugh.
drink coffee.
Yeah, but you used to smoke.
Yeah.
Man, you didn't brush after all
No,
that.
I do brush my teeth twice a day.
Bro, you used to burn.
The
baby.
third one that's weird, I do chew a lot of gum.
that helps.
I don't know. Is that good or not?
I don't know. I'm just
I
saying,
don't
like,
know,
as
but
far
it
as
makes your mouth feel fresh. At least.
as far as the taste goes, like I
But
don't.
you don't have any dental
Or
work
mint.
in your mouth, right?
I'm missing a tooth.
No, I mean like work done.
Oh,
Because like if you chew gum, you can pull fillings.
Oh,
out.
I mean, I have fillings in there, but they've been around since I was a kid.
Oh, you're all right.
I also, this one's fake. The front part of this one's fake. Remember, my daughter knocked it out with a hockey
Oh
stick?
yeah.
Chipped it. Shut up.
You got a rough ass mouth, bro.
Look, I told you, my parents did not. Dental care was not on the #1 list of things when I was a kid.
And your dad probably had killer dental care through the police
He probably
department.
did.
He
You're
did.
right.
Through the police department. Every cop I know has great teeth.
The government. No, my dad's got great teeth.
He
Me and my-
does. He does.
My siblings and I do not.
Like your old man has like Rex Ryan teeth. You know, they like glisten.
So I've told the story on the air before.
Yeah.
me and my siblings, horrible teeth. We
Yeah.
all needed braces. So I was the first one to go to the orthodontist, and they
Yeah.
put the braces on and everything and whatever. So my dad, at some point, just stopped paying the bill,
Yeah.
and they would not take my braces off until my dad paid the bill in
Oh my
full.
God.
They-
your mouth was held hostage.
Yes, legitimately, for like a year and a half, I had braces on that I did not need.
They wouldn't take them off.
They wouldn't take. Well, why? I mean, like that's the only leverage they have.
It's such a dick move on both parties. Like your dad making you suffer, but also this corporation also letting a kid suffer because his dad doesn't want to pay.
I don't know if they still do
so
that.
they took it all out on your mouth.
Yeah, they did. Yes, they did. So like,
yeah,
I got braces in like 6th grade. I had them on to like right the beginning of my junior year of high school because my
No
dad
kidding.
wouldn't pay the effing bill for the braces.
and dental. Here's the thing, man. Like dental, if you have problems, I was just amazed what people spend,
Yeah.
like my age, at the dentist.
And how bad it can go very quickly.
And you
if
don't
you don't
get
get
much.
one little thing taken
Yeah.
care of. Yeah.
And what you would think like what it would cost.
Mm-hmm.
I know people that got $20,000 and $30,000 in their mouth, you'd never know it.
No, look, I'm worried that's happening. I just had my wisdom teeth out like
Yeah.
6 months ago.
Well, that's standard. I mean, I'm talking
That's
about
a
more
little late
like
in the game.
No, it's way late in the
Yeah.
game. Normally it happens as a teenager.
Yeah.
My parents never had
Yeah.
me go in and do it. I had my wisdom teeth, and the only reason I had to have them ripped out is because one of them was like, and I had a toothache, and they're like, they
no,
all
it's,
gotta go.
it's pushing on your other teeth.
Yeah, it wasn't fun. It was not fun.
You've got to fight Mr. Tooth Decay,
Thank you,
Muhammad Ali.
Tom Muhammad Ali. 252 WCMF. There is a doctor claiming brushing your teeth at night is bad for your heart. I will say this. There are several other studies that show the opposite, that you should be brushing your teeth at night for your heart health.
Yes.
So
for
who
your
the-
overall health. I mean, is that the worst than like rotten ass gums or like nasty ass teeth?
No, but what's funny is, like, the heart thing, which is the crux of this conversation, you just blown past that the whole time. It's all about, my gross mouth. That's what I don't like.
Yeah, because like, and here's the one thing, like, it's the one thing your mouth will tell you immediately, hey, I need attention. Like, I could see, like, you
Yeah,
not knowing you
yeah.
got cholesterol or you got high blood pressure or other problems. Your mouth literally is
You're
like a
gonna know.
dashboard going, clean me.
I am going to ask you an adult question, all right?
That's what we've been doing all morning.
And I would like an answer from both people in the room.
Okay.
But I'm going to ask Tommy only the question, okay?
But it's for both of us?
Yes, and
Right.
you'll understand why in a second. All right, so let's run a hypothetical situation, single,
Mm-hmm.
right? You're a single man.
Yeah.
Woman comes back to your place,
Mhm.
first time,
Yeah.
and you end up taking a trip on downstairs.
Yeah, yeah.
Do you brush your teeth right after while she's there?
Wait, like we're having sex and I've just munched out and then
It's all done. It's all done. You're all doing your bathroom thing afterwards. She's doing her thing. You're doing your thing, and you start brushing your teeth.
Yeah.
Is that inappropriate?
No. I mean, no, we're going to bed. But is she also brushing her teeth?
No. She's your place. She's at your place.
So she's going to go to bed with like knob mouth? No, she's got to rinse that knob out.
Would you be offended?
I ain't cooking you goddamn eggs in the morning.
Why would you be offended if somebody brushed their teeth?
Well,
It's not like
not.
Well, you get the taste of
It's
you
not
out
like
of my
they're
mouth.
doing
That's what it would be.
Yeah, but they're not doing it like right in the middle of everything going on.
But it's
Right.
over. Like the first thing they do is
Yeah,
reach
but-
for the toothbrush.
No, I have done that. I
You
mean,
gotta
when-
reset.
Yeah, when I was single, if they were staying over, I would get up and
I mean, it would be a
brush
little
and-
suspicious, I guess, if you got right up and ran to the bathroom.
Yeah, yeah,
you know?
you're gargling
Yeah.
on top of her.
Like,
no.
but like, you know, it's I think
It's
it's
the
a
end of the night.
standard thing.
we're winding
after.
down. Do you think that's insulting?
I think it's insulting.
I wouldn't find that insulting.
Like if that happened and then a girl immediately got up and like went and brushed her teeth.
That's what I
I
mean.
would
Like,
be
if you're running to the bathroom, like that may be a little strange.
I would.
By the way,
I
I could see maybe a woman being insulted because you think she tastes lousy down there. But like,
Well, there goes subtlety.
Yeah, thank you.
no, but I'm saying like,
No, I get what you're saying. What Kimmy is saying is we were dancing around this nice and fine until you open your big old stupid
You thought
brush mouth.
But yeah, but women have to do the most disgusting thing with their mouth during intercourse.
I mean, I
I
would
can
argue
understand
they're both
why she
similar. Similar.
Yeah, we're going into a cave, man.
No,
they're
but this
they're
is
both a
like,
little-
I don't even get to send a
hold
canary
on.
at first.
It's way different.
No.
It's way different because like when you hanging outside, the other one is like driving into your mouth.
By hanging outside, you're not doing it right, bud.
What are you sucking it in? What are you pulling lips in? Like a Floby down there?
Wait, you don't.
I'm not sucking it in like you are.
The only time I ever did it was a clown college situation.
But I can understand why she would want to get the taste of knob out of her mouth before she goes to bed. I mean, she's doing her hair. She's putting on her. She's doing her
Doing
evening
her hair
routine.
before bed?
No, but she's like doing her routine.
Okay.
No, but it's your place. If she asked you for a toothbrush.
Yeah, but
that
women
probably-
always have like provisions in their purse.
Yeah, what
for the
like
evening.
where they saw you like mace.
No, but I
stun
got
gun.
yes, and mouthwash.
So you wouldn't be offended, Kimmy, if that were to happen.
No, again, I think it's the timing of it. Like, I kind of expect, like, after it's all said and done, you both, like, go your separate ways and, do what you got to do to reset.
Mm.
But it would be weird, though, if, like, that was the first thing you thought to do after it was all over.
Yeah,
Gotta get to the bathroom.
Like, let's say she goes to bed, she ain't gonna do nothing, and
Just rolls over.
no, but just like you're just sitting there for a few minutes, maybe you got the tube on or something like
Like, it
that.
would bother you if she didn't do that. You're
Oh
saying.
yeah, but let's say you notice like she's got one wiry pube hanging out her mouth, and she doesn't even know it. She don't even know because she didn't go up and check. I think I would want her at least go pull the pubes up.
Would you say something?
No, but also like
It's your pube, bro.
I'm done.
You are part of this act.
Oh,
You
okay.
didn't-
So
it's not rogue.
just to be clear, you're
Yeah,
done.
but it's my pube is in her teeth.
Okay.
Wedged ass in
We
her.
get it.
You know, like her.
say
You know when
it.
you see the tornadoes
Oh,
and there's like that one like stick that gets cut through the middle of like a telephone pole. It's just like stuck there, and it's like you're amazed, like man, how did it get in there like that?
All right, well, here's the most important question, though, before we move on. All
all
right. So, same situation, right? First time, whatever. Sex was great.
Yeah, you had a great night.
You're laying there afterwards, watching the tube. You look over, you see your pube sticking out of her
Yeah.
tooth. She leans in for a kiss. She wants tongue in there, too. What do?
I
Are
couldn't
you going to tongue your own pube?
No,
You
because
tell-
I'll
you
get
shoot
sick.
Lies. I don't believe you.
You
I'll
turn her
get s-
down? You got to tongue your own pube, bro.
I'll get sick.
You have to tongue your own pube. You have no choice but to tongue up that pube in her mouth.
Because I don't even know what that makes you at that point.
A guy who's trying to keep a woman happy.
No, but I've also
It's your stuff.
yeah, but I lick
Well,
my
no,
own.
but there's some stuff I would. If she had a mouthful of something else, I'm passing on that.
I lick my own privates.
You've kissed women after that's happened.
I
She'd
understand.
also be licking her
Yeah,
own
that's-
private.
I understand. I understand. There's a lot of privates going around there, but this is like solid
Look.
evidence.
There is only one act that could happen where the majority of men would be like, nope, and I think that's socially acceptable. But the rogue pube in the teeth, I think you got to go.
Yeah.
I think you got to go.
I'd have to tongue around it.
How would you know? You wouldn't know. It's dark in there.
No,
You're
but
going to catch
but I
it.
already know it's there.
You're like making out with a horsehair brush.
Oh my god.
What are you, kissing the cable man over there? Got to tongue that pube, bro.
Oh, that's so nasty.
Let's take a break.
Put that on a t-shirt.
I can't be the only one experiencing this.
I haven't.
And it's happened like 12 times in the last month.
Oh,
A random phone call from a 585 number.
yeah,
And, having kids, I have to pick up all these calls.
yeah,
But the person on the other end of the line, they want to make me a rich man.
yeah.
And here's the thing.
You're sitting on a gold mine.
It's legit.
Yeah.
I mean, it is, as far as they're saying.
Yeah.
This ain't like one of these, like, hey, buy this cream and you'll be a millionaire. Like,
Right.
they want to exchange dollars for this thing, the most expensive thing most of us will ever own.
Yes, it is.
It seems crazy to take them up on this offer.
I don't know who does.
But the fact that they keep making these calls means somebody has to.
they finding chumps.
We'll get into it next here in the break room. I'll see you back. There's money to be made. Tommy.
Where?
Random phone calls people
Oh.
are getting that could end with them making hundreds of thousands of dollars. Legit.
Nice.
So why the hell does no one want to have the conversation? I mean, there's good reason.
Yeah.
But the fact that we keep getting these random calls, Thomas, means that some people must be taking up these strangers on these deals.
Yes.
Selling their homes in a phone call.
Yep.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. If you have not yet, well, we encourage you to log on.
Oh, we got to look on.
Well, the Odyssey app, WCMF.com, YouTube, and Twitch. Our live stream is up. It is rolling. You can see my genuine Washington Nationals hat that I got at the stadium last year.
Oh, look at you.
It says it's got the W on it and
Right.
everything. Like, check it out. $30 well spent. The Break Room WCMF on YouTube and Twitch. Check us out. Look at our handsomeness and our beauty. You determine who is which.
Yes.
And enjoy from your friends here in the Break Room on CMF. So tell me if I'm the only one this is happening to.
Whatever.
Over the past 3 months,
Yeah.
I've gotten at least a dozen phone calls from random 585 numbers. And when I answer the phone,
Yeah, what they want.
there's an energetic guy. Hello! This is a phone call inquiring about your home, and then they give my address back to me.
Okay.
So they have my phone number,
Yep.
and they know where I live.
Yep.
And this person, I'd like to know if you'd be interested in discussing whether or not the value of your home is worth selling to us at this moment, right
So
over
they're
the phone.
trolling for just anybody to sell a house.
You got it. Yes, they want me to
Get
sell
you
them.
thinking about it.
Exactly. So have you guys gotten these phone calls?
I've gotten phone calls and texts
Okay.
Oh.
and actual mail.
Yeah, I've gotten the mail. That's like a flyer that is. I don't know if it's actually mailed or if somebody's like going around putting them on everybody's mailbox.
Have you gotten the phone calls?
I have not gotten the phone
Ooh,
calls.
your house is busted.
It
You've
could
got a
also
busted
be-
house.
I don't know if like because we just bought our
Yeah,
house, so it could be one of
probably
those
busted.
things.
You never have the lights on, so
What?
might be abandoned.
Okay.
252 WCMF. How common are these phone calls to folks in the greater Rochester area? Is everybody getting these things that owns a home right
well,
now?
they got to be getting desperate to find something to sell.
I mean, that's just it,
Like
right?
they're just trolling for business.
But like, here's the thing: the fact that I've gotten so many of these phone calls over and over again, as insane as it sounds,
Yeah.
to sell your house to someone over the phone, that means that some people must be selling their homes this way.
Well, yeah.
Well,
Right?
We noticed we took our dog for a walk Friday afternoon, and we went down one street where there were like 3 houses for sale, all in the same. They were all the same realtor.
Okay.
So I wonder if something like that happened where this person kind of targeted one specific area and got a bunch of callbacks.
Okay, but let's walk down that road, right? Like, even listening to their pitch sounds
Yeah.
insane. Can I tell you a quick sidebar really pisses me off? When I'll listen like an idiot, and then I'll, just to be polite, I'll be like, no, we're not interested. They don't even say goodbye. Just click on the
Oh,
next
they're
one.
just not even.
Hey, man,
No,
if,
thank you.
if I'm going to give you the 7 seconds for you to make your pitch, at least say thank you, goodbye. Don't hang up on me, you dick.
But I would have jumped at that offer at one point in my life.
Well, how could you sell a house that was under a double mortgage?
We'll get there. So yeah, I had that house,
Uh-huh.
and yeah, I had taken a second out, and I had maxed that out.
Uh-huh.
But if you told me like it's now worth an extra $50,000, in my mind, thinking I could pay all this off,
Okay.
put $50,000 in my pocket, and be out from underneath this thing.
No, great. That's a great point.
So that's what I would jump at.
Okay, so question. You have gotten out from underneath your double mortgage.
Right.
Right. And you're square.
Right.
Where do you go now?
I'd rent
Where?
anywhere. Busted.
So that's the problem. A couple of years ago,
Sad Towers downtown,
Sad Towers.
where every room has a race car bed.
A couple of years ago,
Yeah.
you could do that.
Yeah.
It was no big deal.
Right.
Now there's nowhere to go. And that's what makes this
But
the
here's
most
the thing:
insane.
I don't follow things. Like, if I wasn't in this business, I wouldn't even have followed it that close that I couldn't rent someplace.
Okay.
I would just assume like rent stayed the same.
There is no way you're that stupid. There is no way you would have
Stick
been
around, buddy.
Like, yes, I guess in a different time.
Yeah.
Right? Like this. But then they wouldn't be calling you because homes wouldn't have been in such demand.
Right? They weren't.
Like, even if you were willing to have this conversation and sell your home to someone over the phone,
Yeah.
which sounds nuts, you would have nowhere to go.
Unless I got like mad bank. Like, let's say you bought your house for $150,000,
Okay, yeah.
and now they're calling up going, "Hey, man, we can get $400,000 for your house," and that would have put me super wealthy as far as having cash. Like I could never dream of. Like if
Okay.
it went up that high,
Yeah.
like then it would solve. To me, like that solves all my problems I get the monkey off my back.
Yeah.
I put cash in my pocket, and then I go rent.
Okay.
But your cash is gonna go pretty quick with the rent, I think. To a point.
Not if the
Unless
cash
you're willing to like live in like a studio apartment or a 1-bedroom. Like you're gonna dramatically downsize where you're living.
And
I can't.
downgrade.
Yeah, but I can't afford what I got now.
Okay.
Like you know what I'm saying? Like I was running out of time.
Okay. So then are they angling at those people, folks that are underneath?
Sure.
Underwater?
Yeah, because they go, hey man, you get rid of the house and put 50 G's in your pocket. Who ain't signing up for that?
Bro, you used to run a commercial like that, and everybody that did it went bankrupt.
Yeah, but see how good it sounds?
252 WCMF 252. We'll just give you 50 grand extra.
You also know
you're sitting there.
yourself, and if you have that much cash to spend, it's not going to be spent in the right way.
Right, but I'm also dumb enough when somebody says $50,000 to $100,000, I automatically assume I am wealthy.
Okay.
I could parlay that into more money.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Again, we're talking about these phone calls everyone's been getting, asking them to sell their homes over the phone. And, you bring up a good point.
What's that?
Kimmy
Open up
was-
a string of limoncello stands with my money? Tell me limoncello.
Kimmy, it was a couple months ago where there was not a single home for sale in all of West Irondequoit for like the first time ever. It was bananas insane, right? So these could be folks that are overpaying and making the money reselling right away, like these companies that are calling you, right? Okay. But then brings an ethical issue.
What's that?
Because like these people that are calling your phone to try and buy your house, these are not like people that want to live in your house.
No, these are realtors looking for business.
Or these are companies that are trying to buy the house and then make money in some other way.
Turn
right?
it into Airbnbs, whatever.
So we've seen in bigger cities, to that point, there are corporations that are either buying homes to rent them as that or Airbnbs. Now,
Right.
we don't know how prevalent that is in our area, if it's happening at all. But it's problematic
Oh, yeah.
because it's taking homes away from folks who actually need them to live,
Squeezing people out.
and it's driving up home prices. The way to stop it is not to sell to those people.
Right.
So let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
The phone number is 252-WCMF.
I think we know the answer.
I'm going to start with Kimmy, 252-9263. Would you take less money for your home to sell it to real people as opposed to knowingly selling it to a company that was going to pay you more?
I would like to say yes, but I guess it depends on how much more that company's willing to offer.
Give me a line.
If it's, I don't know,
20 grand.
20 grand would probably be around the line. 25.
So 25 grand is your line. If you can make $25,000 or more selling it to a corporation, you would sell out, ruin the country, and take that $25,000, which, by the way, is only like 18 after taxes. The taxes.
The taxes get you.
Tommy,
Yeah.
would you sell your house for more knowing it's going to a private corporation?
I would sell my house to actual Satan. Like actual Satan, like the dude himself, standing on fire on my porch. And he says, I've got all your money right here. All your dreams have come true. Yes, Satan, thank you.
Why does Satan sound like Cato? Oh, I'm going to sell the house. See? Watch out.
I'm definitely selling the house.
Are you? Serious? You don't even want to think about it?
Bro, I got to make money.
No, you
I
don't.
I got to survive.
Not
I
at your
gotta-
age. I love guys your age that make, I got to make money. I got to survive. No, you don't. You're fine.
And
Your
I-
stupid generation got set up for everything.
And I would think, like, with the
Enjoy your
house,
Social Security, stupid.
Oh, I will.
And it's gone.
I would think with the house you live in,
Yeah.
and I mean, your wife raised her kids in that home. She's
Oh.
probably gonna push for some young couple or somebody
Yes.
that has a family because she wants,
Yes.
those people to enjoy it the way she did. Like,
Yeah.
you're not gonna have a say in this at all.
I understand, but I was thinking more of my house when I lived in West
Understood.
by myself.
All right.
But
You don't have as much of an attachment to it, though.
But I not
Besides bad
and my
memories.
wife is as you say.
Yeah.
right, But you know how women be when they see them big dollars, right?
I don't know.
I don't know though, but
She
you're
want to
talking
go
about a
live like they
mom.
do on them TV shows she watches, right?
What's this
Beverly
TV?
Hills
What's the
over
TV show
here.
called? An extra $25,000?
Miami over here. The real ladies of Beverly Hills. Yeah, I think if the money was right, she'd jump
I
and
think you're-
justify it by. She'd find some way to justify it in her head. I think all people do.
I think you're underestimating how much of an attachment people have to those first homes. Like, I know people,
I know.
dads especially, who will still drive by the homes that they sold
Yeah.
to judge the landscaping
Yes.
the next owners
I am
did.
guilty
Like,
of that.
You think that same person's going to sell to somebody who's going to rent their house? I don't know.
And going down those lines, there was a time.
It was a time, but chintzy time.
Thank you. And I don't know if it still happens, where realtors would encourage people buying homes to write letters to the homeowners talking about who they were and what they were going to do with their home.
The people of character.
Yes, like for example, like when we were looking for our house, right? A couple of places we wrote, we have a child and a child on the way, and we're really looking forward to our kids growing up in your
system
home.
and all
Well, no,
that.
it was more like we're going to treasure your house. Our kids are going to love it. I love how you have no soul. You don't even know why people wrote these letters. I have a child I need to send to school. Thank you. Like Kimmy, do those realtors still ask people to write those letters about?
No, I think it's actually kind of illegal in some cases because they found that people.
What religion are you?
They found that people were lying and saying they had like terrible things, or I don't know if it's actually illegal, but it's strongly discouraged for a lot of people.
252 WCMF. We're talking about these phone calls people are getting to sell their home over the phone. Cold call. We'd like to buy your house. I've been getting a dozen of them the last 3 months. Troy's on CMF. Hey, Troy, how are you, buddy?
Good. How are you?
Good, man. What do you got?
I think you got this a little backwards. The people who are cold calling you to buy your home are not going to pay extra. You're going to make the money by selling it to regular people. They want to pay below market value for your house.
Okay,
Why would I sell below market?
No, that makes sense. I mean, it's a situation like you described, is people are desperate and they're looking for a way to get their hands on any kind of cash they can.
Yeah.
No, I mean, that makes sense. I mean, Troy, I'm talking about in a hypothetical situation, what it would take for you to sell your home to someone that just called you out of the blue, Troy.
It would be, I'd have to get $450,000.
I know we didn't need a number.
He had it in his
I'd
head.
have to get at least $450,000.
All right, if any of you listen and have Troy on your cold
It's
call
a
list,
steal.
all right, Troy.
They know.
Troy, let me ask you this: you got kids, wife? What's a sitch?
Nope. Single.
Single guy. Okay. Would you sell your house for $25,000 more to a private company instead of a actual person that wanted to buy that house?
If I could get what I wanted for, yeah.
Monster! You're a monster, Troy!
I think he's most people.
I don't know. I mean, look, there's an ethical debate.
Hey,
Troy.
corporations need money too.
No, they don't. Actually, they got all the money. Troy, thank you for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
All right, have a good one.
There goes Monster Troy wants $450,000 and he doesn't care how he gets it. I mean, like, by doing this, yes, it's so funny because, like, oh, wow, I get $25,000 now by ruining my life forever down the road. Oh, no. The consequences of my actions. Let's talk to Chuck. Hey, Chucky, you're on CMF. What's up, buddy?
Hey, you forgot to ask her for qualifier for this situation.
Okay.
There's two different kinds of sellers. There's people that are empty nesters, basically, that are moving out of houses to downsize. And then there's the people that want to move into another house. And if you're moving into another house and you're buying another one, you ain't taking the $25,000 less.
Okay, so you're
I see
saying
what he's saying.
Okay, I
you're
get
not
what
going
you're
to
saying.
get anything better than what you already have.
All right, but Chucky, let's walk down. Let's take a walk down ethical road. You want to hold hands and walk with me, Chucky?
Sure, why not?
All right, great. So Chuck, did you got kids, wife? What's a sitch?
They're all grown.
Okay, but you had kids at one point, and you remember, Chuck, the wonderful memories that you made inside that home of yours. You remember those, right?
Oh yeah.
Okay, it was beautiful.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, sounds thrilled.
Now you got two people standing on your front step. You have a young couple holding a baby with another one standing at 2-3 years old, and they're looking at you with big bright eyes, and they're going, wow, this would be a beautiful place for us to grow up. And then there's a man in a suit, tie worth more than your car. He's got a pen, and it's not like one of the plastic ones you bought at a store at Eastview Mall. And he goes, sign right here, $25,000 more, and I'll push these people right off your front step on top of it. You taking the $25,000, Chucky?
Was I selling the house in the first point?
You are selling the house, yes.
Because I wanted to sell it, or because they're showing up to buy it?
Pick the evil guy.
You want evil. You try to justify.
He's picking evil.
Are you trying to justify
Of course he
evil?
is.
You monster! Chuck, you're a monster!
I can't tell you that because I haven't gone there yet.
All right.
Which tells me he'll go there.
I'm going to have to make that decision pretty soon, though.
Oh, you are going to sell your house.
Because he's old.
Okay. All right. So you're downsizing?
Well, I may relocate.
He's going
I
to
may
Florida.
move out of New York.
He's going to Florida.
All right. All right. Where all the corporations live. Chucky, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. tell me you're a monster. It's fine. I'm not. I'm only going to judge you a little bit.
Ocala's calling, baby.
Ocala's calling. One of the worst Clash songs of all time. Ocala's calling, go to price of a board. We got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF or the Break Room Facebook page. Okay, it says, don't use my name because my wife doesn't know this.
Oh.
The third or fourth time I got this call, I let them give me a number. It was about 25% more than Zillow said my house is worth.
All right.
But they said they needed to inspect the house so I guess it's either a way to get in the door and then lower the offer, or it's a scam to steal some kind of information that they can make money with.
Could be a combo plate of both those things.
Delicious screw you over
Yes.
combo plate?
Yeah.
Okay, let's say you get this call. They're going to offer you 25% more than Zillow.
Sold.
That this guy said. But they have to inspect the house first. Would you think they just buy it sight unseen?
A lot of people were. Maybe
For 25% more?
All right.
Would you let him in?
Oh, yeah. Or I can get that 25.
Well, I didn't see this over here, though. Oh, and then you got this problem over here. Oh, and your ugly face has been living in this house for how long? Yeah, they turn to their partner.
Get out of my house.
The ugly has brought down the value. It's ugly depreciation. It's not good. And I mean, I guess here's the thing. It's not the first time we've seen stuff like this. Because, Kimmy, there have always been those like plastic signs in the city in certain neighborhoods that like say, I pay cash for houses.
Yeah, we'll buy any house.
Yeah, we buy houses. There's a bunch of them.
Could there just be more? Is this just a more technological version of that same
It
situation?
sounds like it, right? They're just fishing.
Okay. I'm really disappointed that you guys are willing to sell your house to a corporation instead of a sweet young family. By the way, they're homeless now.
And by the way, who says
they joined the circus?
Who says that family stays sweet?
What?
Like, that family's going to have problems.
To look at it.
That one kid's going to go bad.
So what?
And so don't paint this great picture of your family.
What are you?
Most families suck. I'd rather look at that corporation over there, that beautiful logo. That logo's been like that for 50 years.
So it turns out,
Yeah.
as we sit here today,
Whatever.
there is a brand new top chain restaurant in America.
Hot new. It's
the top.
Oh, the top. I thought you said hot.
Top.
I got to hear him.
Yeah, if only you had a pair of eyes to look at my mouth moving while I was
I can
speaking.
see your mouth, and it's freaking me out.
Kimmy?
Yeah.
The previous number one had held that title for 7 straight years.
Wow.
And we have both of these chain restaurants in our town.
Okay.
But we're not here to argue about which one is better. This proves positive that if you want to be a top chain restaurant in America, there is one thing and one thing only you have to have.
Okay, you got to do this thing.
No, you have to have this ready to go when folks walk in. We'll tell you what it is next here in the break room. Let's see you, This is not about an argument.
Yeah.
Because you can make a case that either of these chain restaurants are a delicious place to go
Okay.
spend time with your family. What this story does, however, it proves.
Oh.
It proves that if you have this, nothing else on your menu matters.
Damn.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, Britt Floyd, the world's greatest world's greatest live Pink Floyd experience returns to the West Her Auditorium Theater April 15th to celebrate 50 years of Wish You Were Here. Do not miss Britt Floyd's biggest and most spectacular production to date. You can head to the contest page right now at WCMF.com. Enter for your chance to win a pair of tickets. Plus, VIP meet and greet soundcheck experience for two features a performance of two classic songs not in the show, tour lanyards, early access to show merch, and more, courtesy of the RBTL. And if you can't wait to win, tickets are on sale right now at the Auditorium Theater box office or Ticketmaster.com. There is a brand new top chain restaurant in America.
Number one, baby.
So Olive Garden held the title of top chain restaurant in America for the last 7 years.
Wow.
Until Texas Roadhouse just came by and knocked them off their perch.
Damn. So they're now number one with the steak.
Yeah, that's number one restaurant, period.
Yeah.
Chain restaurant in America. Do you understand why Texas Roadhouse has gained the ground over Olive Garden?
Because usually, I would think portions have a lot to do with these types of rankings, and they both give you a good amount of food, so I can't see one edging out the other in that category. So I'm not. I guess we just love barbecue more than we do Italian.
Okay, fair enough.
I don't know. I don't know why all of a sudden that would overtake one.
Is Texas Roadhouse more?
The other.
Is it more of a steakhouse or a barbecue?
It is a steakhouse, yeah, more of a steakhouse. Than
Okay.
a barbecue joint.
Yeah.
It's like if you want a steak and you don't want to spend $50 on it, you go to Texas Roadhouse, and it's a fine steak. Fine steak.
So you say there's something going on there that you got to have.
I'm not here to argue which
But
one
I know
is
what
better.
it is.
Okay, I am here to argue. These two restaurants prove if you have this, you need nothing else.
Mhm.
What is it?
Bread.
Yeah.
Bingo.
Because you a big old biscuit boy.
Bingo.
You want your buttery, sweet biscuits.
A good bread basket and something that makes it unique, because it's not just about the bread at Texas Roadhouse. It's about that cinnamon butter.
You got it. But here's the thing.
Because it's contrast with the steak and the salt.
But here's the thing, man.
Mhm.
It ain't just the Texas Roadhouse, bro. Because Olive Garden,
Oh, they got the breadsticks.
they got the breadsticks.
Which are delicious and hot.
If you have great bread,
Who doesn't want a hot stick in your mouth, baby?
if you have great bread,
Yeah.
you do not need anything else. Breadsticks from Olive Garden, rolls and cinnamon butter from Texas Roadhouse.
Yes.
If I see this morning and
Bread rules.
Thank you. If I'm Applebee's, Chili's,
Yeah.
Buffalo Wild Wings, I am sprinting into the kitchen.
And it seems it's an easy fix. Like, bread seems to be easy. Like, you could dazzle me with bread.
I agree with you 100%.
Like, the meal could be subpar, but I wouldn't even notice it because if you, whip out all that cool bread and all them fancy butters, I feel like I'm really getting my value.
Oh, no, it goes a step further, and here's the psychological behind it, man.
What's that?
You're going to be so full on the delicious bread,
Yes.
I'm not even going to notice that my food is subpar.
Right, that's what I'm saying. So, you've blown up on the bread.
Yeah, exactly.
No,
And
you're right.
To further my point, we know that Red Lobster is in serious financial trouble. At least they were for a while.
Yeah.
Right before they declared bankruptcy, they started charging for their Cheddar Bay biscuits.
Yeah.
Coincidence? I think not.
Yeah. And people love them biscuits.
Oh, yeah.
So with this knowledge, no, I mean, the fact that Olive Garden was number one for 7 straight years, why does every chain restaurant not load you up? Like when I go to Applebee's, why am I not getting bread up front?
They should do that.
Right? When I went to TGI Fridays, no longer exists. Why were you not giving me bread? How much does it cost you?
Because you never, I guess the thought would also be you would order less because you're filling up on bread, but you're putting your order in before you get full on that bread. And I've never ordered less because of it.
100%.
So I do remember, we went to Agatina's with our boss, and I hadn't been there in a long time. And I forgot how, the first thing when I go to an Italian restaurant, I'm anticipating when they bring the bread over before anything else. That basket of Italian warm bread and butter is like heaven.
I agree with you.
Yep.
And I'll take it even a step further.
Oh, go for it.
Locally, we see this play out. Again, Olive Garden has been knocked off their perch as the top chain restaurant in America. They were that for 7 straight years. Texas Roadhouse knocked them off, but we're not here to argue who's better. It's the bread. Both of them have the bread, and that's why they're number one. You will be drawn to a garbage plate based on how good the bread that comes with the plate is. I promise you that the plate you prefer is in direct correlation to how good the bread you get to sop up all them plate juices when it's all said and done.
Because it's usually kind of like an Italian bread that's on top of your plate.
Well, it depends on where you go. Some places do straight up white bread.
Yeah, I'm not great with just a slice.
Some people do rolls, which I'm not a huge
All right.
fan of. But no, you're right.
But
Like,
that Tahoe sliced bread is really good.
Agreed, Stevie.
And you get those 2 little pads of butter, which you really don't need.
Well,
you do not need any butter with this meal.
you put the butter on the bread, and
I
then you
know.
use the bread to sop up the plate juice.
Yes.
Everybody knows how to do this,
I
stupid.
understand.
I got to get the little onion pieces in there, so I get a blast of onion along with the eventual heartburn I will have from all of this plate juice that I'm eating. Right? Am I wrong?
No, you're right.
All right, we're all in agreement here.
Yeah.
No,
If you want to open up a restaurant and you want to make $1 gajillion,
it's all about the bread.
fill them up with bread.
Mm-hmm.
Reds. Unbelievably good bread.
And you know this country loves some bread. We love bread.
Oh, yeah, man. Like, America was founded
On bread.
on bread.
Right. Look how wide we are. Everybody's walking around with big old bread bellies.
Bread bellies.
Bro, you don't think this country's got bread belly?
There is a restaurant, and the name of it escapes me, that is in Clifton Springs, New York. My wife does 1 day a week seeing patients at the hospital out there in Clifton Springs. She will stop every Thursday and get a loaf of bread from this
Really?
like high-end restaurant, only the bread. And it's some of the best bread I've ever had in my life.
Yeah.
I'll go further. I will drive 20 minutes to the Honeyway Falls Marketplace.
Oh, yeah.
In Honeyway Falls
They got the bread?
to get a sub because the bread there is so good.
Okay.
It's just the bread.
Yeah.
But is it partly though because I don't know if the bread would be so special if it wasn't time and place. You know what I mean? Like the warm bread, the butter, sitting at that table waiting for your food.
Oh, that's what I mean.
Is the draw to the bread?
Yes.
Like, I don't know if the bread is as appetizing afterwards or bringing it home. It's not the same.
You don't think so?
I'm just saying it's better at the restaurant.
Well, I do like when people bring me bread.
Yes, I think
I don't like
there's something
getting
about
bread.
like waiting for it, and when that bread
Yes.
shows up, and everybody's like, "Ooh."
Yeah, I think it's the whole ambiance.
The
and
presentation.
and that's uniquely American.
The bread thing.
The bread basket is uniquely American.
It
You
is?
do not get, bro,
What?
go to China. You think you're getting bread? Go to Mexico. Good luck.
What are you talking about?
You ain't getting no bread in
You saying
Mexico.
there's no bread in China?
There is no bread in China.
There ain't no bread in China. There ain't no bread in China.
Dude, when's the last time you seen a big ass Chinese hoagie, man, with big fish flapping out of it?
But bin ma, what's that like roll? The soft
Banh
bread.
mi.
But
Banh
that's
mi? Bin ma, banh mi. No,
You
bin
talking about
ma.
those buns, those steamy buns?
Yeah, what do you-
Ain't no bread,
No,
man.
what do you call
Is
it?
that what it's called?
That's bread. Ban mahana.
It's kind of
Benny
bread.
Hana.
That ain't no dipping bread.
What do you call that?
Also, like you could have bread at any time you want. Like you could go to any bakery here and get bread, but
Yeah.
we don't most of the time unless it's a special occasion.
And that's
because-
American too. Bread on demand,
Shut up. No, what about Italy, where they invented bread?
bro.
What?
I don't think their bread's that. I don't think Italian bread over there is as good as our bread. Our bread's
What?
way better because
No.
we add a lot of stuff to it. You know, like when you go to like if you see like actual European food, it's like puny and kind of crappy.
That's the
And then
way
like
you
we bring it over here and we fatten it up nice. We turn meatballs into soccer balls. We have endless piles of pasta.
It was only a matter of time before he
know,
started
I
going
know.
off on his fat stuff.
America.
We come back,
All right.
wrap it up, tell you what we're doing tomorrow. All right. Next here on CMF.
Adio, Monday Rubber.
For a Monday Break Room CMF, we got Jolene's 10 at 10 coming up in just a second.
Jolene.
Jolene.
Don't take my music away, girl.
Again, she's giving you 10 straight songs.
Bless her heart.
At 10 o'clock. That, hence the name.
Well, that's very nice of her.
10 at 10.
When did this start?
I've literally said
And
it.
you're doing 10.
Tomorrow's a Tuesday. You know what that means.
Where's Jolene in the hood?
No, Joe. We know where Jolene is. She's
Bless
here.
her heart.
Kimmy's got her post in the neighborhood app.
Yep.
Don't bless her heart.
She's going to read it out loud.
Has no heart.
Tommy's going to run his stupid mouth.
She heartless.
He's going to fall on his big, ugly face.
She cold.
Someone
That's
else
why she doesn't do middays.
will win.
Stuck in the morning.
Where are they won?
Yep.
Yeah.
Just after 9 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. For Kimmy,
Yep.
who wants all the bread.
Yeah, I'll take all the bread. No problem with that. I'm not ashamed.
For Tommy Ulay, who was
no bread shame.
Who only wants the European bread, smaller portions.
For Tommy Muley, educating us about international bread politics.
You don't want to go overseas for your bread.
My name's Pat Duffy. We'll see you tomorrow morning in the break room, 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.